good evening, and welcome to Dice and Mimics. Joining me tonight, as usual, are my group of friends who enjoy D&D, enjoy dice, and generally enjoy making my life miserable. But
And vice versa.
then again, yeah, but I like making their lives miserable as well, so it works out. So, joining me as always, we have Annette as Talia Darkfawn.
Hello.
We have Ben as both Valdizian and Urt.
Evening.
We have Def as Vienna.
Hello.
We have Reese as Blossom.
Hello.
You said death.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Yes, I am death tonight. I will
I am death. I have
Ask
become
not
death.
for whom the bell tolls. Anyway,
I think of myself
And-
more as a Terry Pratchett death myself.
Pinky! Pinky! Yes, sorry. And Aaron as Xandal.
Hello.
Unfortunately, it appears either Fish has forgotten, Nikki has forgotten about the session, or is busy, so I will be controlling Fish, mainly probably putting her in her shell. But we'll
Yep.
see what happens. She may turn up. We'll see. But to recap where we left off last time, our group of adventurers here in Armatae moved to deal with a familial problem of Xandals. Making their way from Maham, they went. Don't. No. Bad Annette. No. Anyway.
I couldn't help myself.
Anyway, they made their way by carriage to Riverrun, where Xandal had a heated discussion with his father, Baron Zankin, and was disowned and discarded from the family. But Xandal managed to get the agreement to be allowed to take his younger sister, Halis, away from Riverrun back to Maham. As they began leaving, they heard the bells from the town signaling an attack. Xandal had the choice to ignore this, chose not to, and the party quickly moved to the wall along the edge of the desolation, finding it having been broken and the guards killed. They left Halis in the care of Hagar with the carriage and the horses, and made their way into the town. There they found a group of scaled stalkers, assisted by a pair of Manticores and a Gorgon that they had managed to corral and point in the right direction. Due to some lucky nat 20s from a certain player, they emerged victorious, though heavily wounded and beaten. But you are now all stood in this street, the Manticores having flown away, the scaled stalkers dead, and the Gorgon's metallic body just clanging to the floor, dead as well. What would you all like to do?
Rush back to the cart and make sure Halis is fine.
Yes, that's a good start.
Okay.
I mean, are we
Primarily,
sure?
the first thing we should check is that she's still there.
I was going to say, are we
Yeah.
sure the risk is completely gone? Are we sure everything's cleared from the city?
Xandal
You go
will
check.
do a quick sweep around the city just to make sure everything's fine.
I'll go back to the carriage and open the carriage and poke my head inside and make sure that she's
Yeah.
still there.
I'll go with Xandal.
Okay. So it's going to take a while to get back to the carriage. So we'll deal with Xandal and Val first. Making your way through the streets themselves are deserted. Everyone has either holed up in their homes or made their way to the safety of the keep, and you can see the keep is fully armed and ready for anything. You can see the portcullises on all the bridges across the rivers to the keep are closed. You can see signal fires have been lit. The ballistas are armed and pointing out. There are guards bristling all over the walls with crossbows. It looks like a veritable fortress that it is. But moving through the streets, you do find the odd body here and there, the odd smashed statue. But for the most part, it looks like very few people have actually become casualties. It's probably just in sort of the low double figures, probably the 20 to 30 range, which for a town of this size, it could have been a lot worse. You guys getting here when you did stopped a lot of this rampage. But moving through the town, you do not find any evidence of any other attackers.
I guess we'll head back to the carriage then.
Is Halis okay? Quick.
Okay.
Indeed.
As you get back to the carriage, as you open the door, does a 16 hit, Talia?
Oh, no.
No?
Fuck, yes! Yes, it does! It makes it beat.
You take 5 points of slashing damage as Halis, with a battle cry, lunges out with her dagger.
Okay, she'll like grab her and be like, Halis, it's fine, it's me. It's okay. It's okay. Good girl, though. Good instincts.
Thank you. And Haggard just sort of peers out of the carriage as well and just looks at you.
I'm just glad that you didn't try to clobber me, because that would have hurt more than a little scratch.
Haggard just sort of nods and gets out of the carriage. And Halis is like, is everything all right? Is everyone okay?
Yes. We managed to save most of the people. There's very
Out
little
of
casualties.
curiosity, does this carriage have suspension with Hagar inside?
It's just like,
the carriage does not have suspension, but the carriage you got is more like it's a carriage, but it's a very
we went for a hardy one. So
yeah. You didn't go for like the nobles one. You went for the medium carriage, so it's like just a step above a farm cart. So it's got the sort of like strong axles and stuff that it would be able. It basically it's a carriage that can double as both people carrying and goods carrying, effectively. So it's got the necessary axles and stuff to support that weight.
I was just imagining like Hagar stepping out and the entire carriage just bouncing.
Yeah, the carriage does raise up, and you can see the wheels had dug into the earth underneath it. But he didn't break the carriage or anything. Halis is like, okay, what are we doing now?
well, hopefully we're leaving your. Once I don't know, I guess we'll ask Xandal.
It's about this point, Xandal and Val, that you do also arrive back to the carriage.
I'll do like, I'll be one moment, and she'll like close the door. She's fine. Even scratched me a little, look. And she'll show like a little red slash on her cheek.
I'm about to say, 5 points of damage is more than a little cut.
It's entirely a little cut.
'Tis but a flesh wound.
Dude, I've been whipped, I've been like stabbed. A little scratch with a little knife's not going to bother Talia.
Yes, she is quite feisty.
Yes, it'll do her well, I think.
Yes. Right.
Are we getting out of here before they come out and
Yes.
try and talk you into staying?
Let's go.
Alrighty.
Okay.
Everybody
You
on!
You guys get back onto the carriage and into the carriage, and you begin trailing away from this
Blossom,
devastated
you with me up
section of
front, yeah?
wall.
Yeah.
I'll still be on my warhorse.
Alright.
Yep.
Yeah, Xandal's still beyond Hagar.
Okay. All right. So you guys start making your way back onto the road back to Maham. It is late. We're talking. It's probably about 9 o'clock at night. You're not going to get a lot of travel in unless you want to travel through the night.
How far away do we need to be? Because
Good
I
question.
don't see an issue with travelling through the night if we can
I
take
don't
shift.
either. Although I am only on 22 health. So we're going to need to rest at some point anyway.
Yeah.
Also, like, I would have to disband my warhorse and join the cart because I can't see in the dark.
Let us travel for a bit, find somewhere to rest outside of town.
Yeah.
Get some rest and then push on.
Looking at my health, it's not great either, so...
Sits on full health like that. Yeah, well, champs.
Did you go
Yeah,
down in
who
the
also
last
didn't
fight,
hit
Xandal?
anything!
Oh no, it was Blossom who went down in the fight,
Yeah.
wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, Xandal just couldn't hit squat.
It's because your family, everyone in town was watching. They're like, "Oh, look at this idiot! He doesn't know what he's doing. He's not a hero." Well, yeah.
Okay.
Wow, my
So
perception's 18 now. Damn.
so how far are you guys going? Are you going to try and get a decent distance, or are you just going to go for an hour or so and then break for camp?
I think a decent distance, and then
I was going to say, should we
Okay.
go until anybody that doesn't have dark vision can't see anymore?
yes, that sounds like a plan.
As the
Although,
sun
oh,
has
yeah,
already
you were the horse.
mostly set, there was just this little bit of twilight still remaining. You guys ride hard, going as quick as possible away from Riverrun. After about an hour, the sun has set completely. There is no moon tonight. It is dark, very dark.
We break then.
I think now's a good time to stop then.
Let's find somewhere with good cover, and we'll break.
Yeah.
Okay. Whoever wants to try and find somewhere for cover, roll me a survival check.
I'll try.
I'll try as well, but I don't have very good
If
roll
you
for
don't
survival,
have
though.
dark vision, your check will be with disadvantage because it is dark.
Okay, I won't bother then.
I rolled. What the fuck is going on with that? Ah, I rolled a 13.
Okay. Actually, you rolled a 12 first, so I'm taking the first roll.
Well, it says 13 in the chat.
It is 12 and then 13.
Why did it roll twice?
No idea.
I pressed the button once.
Wow,
What the hell, game?
With a 12, you.
Why
you
is it all
find-
greyed out as well? Is that dark because of dark mode?
Hagar
don't know.
sees nothing.
Oh, weird. We were all in the same here. Definitely doesn't see anything.
Oh dear God!
Sees
That
nothing.
one. I can't tell if things are
Survival,
in
yeah.
Yeah, survival.
Yeah, we all can't see
for that.
shit.
Yeah, Talia and Blossom. The rest of them are sort of like looking around and doing their best to try and find something. Like they're pointing out things like low bushes and rocks and stuff, and you're both just like, no, that's not going to work. You two do spot there is on one side of the road, at the desolation side. You're not near the desolation anymore. It's a good couple of miles away. But there is a small hill, which if you went behind it would mean you weren't visible from the road. But that is the only cover you can see nearby.
Right.
Okay.
It seems like a good spot as any.
So you guys pull the carriage around behind the hill, and you get set up for the night. Halis is buzzing with energy. She doesn't look like she wants to sleep. This is the furthest she's ever been from home, unescorted without her father, and B, like the most adventure she's ever had. This is brilliant. She is loving it.
You need to simmer down, girl.
But it's so exciting. I'm on an
We're
actual
camping out
adventure.
in the woods. Seriously, it's not that exciting.
I've never camped before.
Just shush. Nighttime camping, it is important that you are as quiet as possible and as hidden as possible.
Oh, okay. Right. What about if I need to go to the toilet?
Pee
And
as
pee
quietly as
quietly.
possible. And pee quietly.
Is there a special rogue skill for that?
No, you just. Well, you're a girl. You know how to pee. We pee quieter than boys anyway. It's less distance for it to travel, right?
Right.
Just
yes.
what?
Okay.
Directing a child on how to pee.
So, are you guys setting up watches, or are you just going to get some rest?
Yes. I will
Okay.
be watching for 4 hours. Bear in mind, my passive perception is now 18 somehow.
And
Which is
Fiona will
what?
take a second.
What?
Yeah,
How is
my
your
character
passive
sheet-
perception 18?
I leveled up to level 9 and it says that my passive, it says passive wisdom perception 18, passive intelligence investigation 16, passive wisdom insight 18. I mean, I've got a +4 to wisdom and stuff, so I don't know whether that does anything or whether it's my dexterity.
It would be your wisdom. Yeah, 18. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Okay, so I am a good watch now. So as long as I don't roll shit, I'm actually a better watch when I'm in comatose than I am probably when I roll. So I'll do 4 hours of awake watch, and then I'll do 4 hours of passive watching.
Okay.
As a sentinel sleep that
Haga
she does.
and Adomiat will be up all night as well.
Yeah.
Can I
They
get
don't need rest.
Can I get to set up the snake sentry and basically form a spiral going out and then a spiral coming back?
Yep.
As
Yep,
far as
not a problem.
the link will last.
Yeah, not a problem.
I'll just be
Okay.
sat there cross-legged.
All right.
Dead to the world, but not.
So for your 4 hours awake, Talia, could you make me a perception check, please?
I'm saying that my perception's +8, so 21.
21. Yep.
Like the 2 robots as well, yeah?
Yeah, 2 robots as well.
Did it roll twice again? Why is it doing that?
It did, but it's not
So
a
that's a
problem.
14 then, not a 21.
No,
No,
I
it's
always take the
21.
first roll.
Always take the
So-
first one.
But it says 14 and then it says 21 as the second
No,
roll.
on mine it says 21, then 14. So
Oh, okay, cool. Let me check my.
Have you got roll with?
I know, I'm just checking that now. It shouldn't be.
Also, how do you end up with a +8 on perception, but
I don't know.
0 on survival?
I don't know. Is survival with wisdom?
no,
Yes.
it'll
I'm
be
proficient in
rogue.
it. I'm not proficient in survival.
It'll be rogue specialization. That's probably
Oh,
part of
right.
it.
Yeah. Right, let me
Expertise
go.
in
DnD
perception.
Beyond. It says normal roll. Maybe I'm just clicking it too much.
Maybe.
Maybe my mouse is doing something.
Yeah, just click it once.
Okay.
I do click
Right.
it once.
So
Like. test.
Talia, during those 4 hours,
Yeah, it's rolling 2. Why? I pressed it 1. Oh, because it's
it doesn't
acrobatics and I have
matter. It's not,
advantage. Never
not the
mind.
end of the world.
I'm just trying to test if it's me or not.
So
There we go. Okay, yeah. No, I give up. Just
Let's
tell
just
me what I
continue.
roll.
give up. Just leave it.
You just tell
leave
me
it.
what I'm going to roll because I don't know what I'm going to be rolling.
Talia and Haga notice this, and Haga does sort of point it out to anyone else who is awake. There is in the distance, you briefly, for the briefest moment, like see a figure, a hooded, cloaked figure, for a moment with just this. The reason you catch them is just this glowing pair of yellow eyes before it quickly ducks behind a rock, and then you don't see it again.
That little shit.
But otherwise, that part of the watch is uneventful.
Nothing to see here. Usual things that are following us all the time.
Did Vienna actually tell anyone about that?
Oh, I
I
don't
don't
know.
believe
Actually, I don't
Vienna
think you
did,
did. Actually,
no.
so
No,
I'll
so
just
you
be
guys
like,
don't know
I'll be
about
like, the
him,
fuck
yeah.
is that? I'll just keep an eye on it.
I'm assuming it's Vienna on the next watch after her 4-hour meditation.
Yeah.
So probably Talia can mention that if she wants to now.
Yeah.
As you pass over for the watch.
We're being watched.
By anyone in particular?
Grey cloak, glowing eyes.
Hmm.
Sound familiar? Or
Funnily
I don't
enough,
know.
yeah. I've
Seems
spotted
familiar
him
with
watching
us.
me. He's been watching me. I don't know why. I've not been able to catch him. Thanks for letting me know, though.
Right, well, I will what? But I'll be asleep, but not asleep. You know.
I'll shout if I spot him again.
Well, I'll still be aware, so I just won't move a lot. Or at all.
Okay.
You get the picture.
Yeah.
Alright, so Vienna, make me a perception check, please, for this stint, and the 2 robots as well.
Sure. Normal roll, please. Oh, I see Naffle.
Haga and Adomia keep a careful eye for the rest of the next 4 hours, but they don't see anything untoward. And Vienna, you just sort of get distracted by the stars in the sky. Again, it's something so odd for you still, that there's not a ceiling. Like, you're
Yeah.
out you're outside and there is no
It's the
roof.
opposite of claustrophobia. There is
I
a
got
word
Yeah,
for
it's a
it.
bit of
Yeah.
agoraphobia going on. It's like,
Yeah.
okay, where's the roof gone?
I'm not enclosed. What's going on?
But no, you're just distracted and you just can't help staring at this starry sky that's just above you and how beautiful it looks. So it's just still so new to you.
Don't want to get
But-
too carried away. I might get associated with the high elves. No one likes them.
But after that next 4 hours, dawn is just starting to peek over the horizon, just starting to tint the sky the tiniest bit pink. So everyone has now had 8 hours rest. So it's up to you guys whether you take a little bit longer or whether you begin moving.
I think we should probably hurry up.
Yeah. Up and away.
Take advantage of the most light we can get.
Mm-hmm.
So we
Okay.
got a long rest, yeah?
Yep.
Sweet.
Everyone has completed a long rest.
Can I ask, are Halloween things, did that happen during
yes.
the night?
Oh, I
So
forgot about that. Well, we could say
so
that happened during the night, yeah, why not?
yeah, so each of you awakes having been visited by this spectre, and you all awake with these random items.
Diana?
Hmm?
Is it me? Or do we just keep... It keeps happening. We're either teleported away by some weird spirit, made to play games, and now we get some weird Reaper handing out presents.
It is at this point, Xandal is looking quite terrified.
What am I
Yeah.
supposed to do with this necklace? Like, it's ticking. Why is it ticking?
I'm beginning to get frustrated by being visited and taken away, and even the gifts are starting to get annoying.
Do you ever feel like you're playing a game, but we're not? We're being controlled? It's really weird.
And with that, Vienna pulls out her yellow apple that's wrinkled and goes, especially when I get prizes like this.
Gave you a rotten apple?
Hmm.
What did you say
Al.
to it?
Val, are you holding your coin, by the way?
Well, if I was asleep and it's been given to me during the sleep, it's probably in my hand, so
Okay.
I would say yes.
At this point, Val, you feel a burning sensation from that coin, and you take 2 points of acid damage.
Okay. Is
Unlucky
the
me.
coin still dealing me damage as I hold it, or
Yeah.
so I have to drop the coin?
Are you going to try to drop the coin?
God. Cursed coin.
I'm
What
instead
is
of dropping it, I'm going to try and put it down rather than drop it.
Okay. As you go to put it down, you pull your hand back. It is stuck to your hand. You take another 1 point of acid damage.
So by the time we get back to Maham, Val will be dead again because the coin's going to keep giving.
Whilst this is going on, can I spend some time trying to work out what the coin's doing?
Yeah. What would you like to do?
Well, like when we've had items and we've been able to attune with them or whatever, I'm just trying to work out whether flipping the coin, spinning the coin, rolling the coin across my knuckles is doing anything.
As you go to try and take the coin from the palm of your hand, you just like tugging on it, nothing is happening. It is stuck to the palm of your hand.
Okay.
If you want to try and properly pull it off, I'm going to need a strength saving throw.
Strength saving throw, okay. 15.
Okay. You manage to yank it off of your hand. But as you do that, you feel it you can see there's like a sticky residue on your palm, and then you feel that same stickiness attaching to the fingers that are currently holding it. You take another 3 points of acid damage.
Seriously?
Guys,
What
help!
Are you doing? What are you doing with that coin?
Okay, my rotten apple doesn't seem that bad anymore.
This coin's like giving me I'm taking damage from this coin, and I don't know what to do with it. And every time I move it, I can't put it down. It's stuck to me.
Talia, with your passive perception of 18, It's at this point you see on this coin. This coin has an image of a jack-o'-lantern on it. It's an iron coin, and you see in one of the jack-o'-lantern's eyes an eye open up and then quickly close again.
Hold your hand out a second.
I hold my hands out.
Okay.
She'll lean down to the coin. Listen here, you little shit. You're hurting friend. Stop it, or I'll destroy you.
And you watch as two eyes open in the jack-o'-lantern thing, and a toothy maw appears on the edge of the coin. He goes, and Val, you take another 3 points of acid damage.
It's a
Yay!
lie. Wait, is it a mimic?
Talia, at this point, you recognize this is a very, very small mimic.
It's a fucking mimic! Not again! The last time we played with mimics, they tried to eat my ass. I mean, that's the worst sentence that's ever come out of my mouth. You mean the chairs in the Necreatom?
I'm sure the mimic's not the only thing that's tried to eat your ass.
No, that's not the point, Vierna. Not that kind of eating.
Vierna's finding this hilarious.
In Maham, Gunther sits up and almost goes, "Wait, what?"
It's a fucking coin mimic. How do we stop it from...
Val tries to position Mortimer's lance between his legs, and tries to basically hold the coin between 4 fingers and slam the coin down on Mortimer's lance, trying to give it damage.
Go ahead and roll me an attack roll with disadvantage.
Okay.
Okay, so that's your first one.
Does a 26 hit?
Yes, this thing only had an AC of 6. You watch as Mortimer's tip punches through this metal coin, and you hear as the coin just reverts into this purple goo of a mimic and just flops down to the ground dead.
Well,
that's I'm kind of worried what this does, and she's holding the necklace.
Don't trust random items from Grim Reaper types, I guess.
He's just gonna sway it. It's like, you a mimic?
You just hear ticking and whirring noises from the amulet.
I really want to know what it does.
Vienna stands up next to Val, looks at the goo mimic, looks back at him, and off goes, "Do you want an apple?"
I don't want that apple.
Right, anyway, has anyone else got anything that's trying to kill them?
Meanwhile, Xandal's hiding in the cockpit of Hagar, casting Identify on his item.
Okay.
Look at pure terror on his face.
Right. The Identify
Xandal, I want you to look at mine too.
The Identify comes back. This is a deck of illusions. A full deck.
Oh.
As you actually flip through it, you can see beautifully illustrated cards with different things on them. You see a red dragon card. You see a beholder card. You see a null card. There's multiple different cards.
A slight look of ease just falls over Xandal.
Well, it's bang on Hagar.
Terror is just sort of gone. But it's sort of oh my god.
Xandal!
Yes? What? Sorry.
Xandal, what does this do? What does this do? And she's holding the necklace in front of his face.
Yes. Hang on. Yeah, I'll start casting Identify on that as well.
Okay. Are you ritual casting or just casting, by the way?
I just cast for mine. I will ritual cast because
I was going to say ritual save points.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So it's gonna take 10 minutes, but he'll eventually be able to tell you what that is. Okay. Anyone else going to do anything?
In the 10 minutes, is with the bag has kind of taken a stick and poked the bag to see if the bag moves or does anything, and then slightly opens the drawstring and sniffs to see if it is actually sweets or anything. Okay.
So as she sort of, it's a belt pouch, so it's not like a drawstring bag.
Oh, okay.
It's it's got a clasp. And as she sort of opens it up and looks inside, it's empty. There's there's some lovely smells coming from it. She can smell sugar, cinnamon, all sorts of spices, but there's nothing in there.
She's also going to take the stick and poke the bottom of the bag, or whatever it is, the pouch.
Yeah. She pokes the stick in. Nothing happens.
Does it reach the bottom of the pouch?
Yeah, reaches the bottom of the pouch.
Okay.
Nothing happens. Nothing untoward.
Oh, I know what it is as well.
At this point, the 10 minutes of casting is up, Xandal, and you know that this is a clockwork amulet.
Right, what is it? Oh, what's that?
So a clockwork
I'll
amulet.
explain this.
Hang on, I will add it to Xandal and Talia's journals.
Yeah.
There we go. It's in one and the other. There we go.
Okay.
Added.
Where is it?
bear
I've
with
got
me.
to find it in a clock.
Should be under character items.
Okay, got it. Okay, so...
Do you want to read it out?
Yeah, so essentially, Xandal explained that it alters the perception of chance. So, for instance, a chance miss can essentially become a chance to hit, but can only be used once.
I
a
can
day.
forego rolling a d20 to get a 10
Yeah.
on the die. Once used, this property can't be used again until the next dawn. I don't know what you were saying, but that makes more sense to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, it only works on attack rolls.
Chance? Yeah. But then, like, that's 10, that's pretty low. Even with a plus...
But then if you've got a +6
I
or a
would say if you've got a
+7,
+7, that's an instant
Hmm.
17.
It's not a 20, though. But, okay.
or a +8.
It still might be useful if I'm rolling shit.
Ert's gonna kind of like close the clasp and just go up to Xandal and just go, Xandal, can you just make sure this isn't cursed?
That doesn't tell you whether it's
Can
cursed.
I assume that Xandal would know what this is without having to cast Identify?
Yeah, Xandal, you would have seen one of these before. These are
Yeah.
they're not overly common, but they're much more common amongst noble households because of
Yeah.
and especially in the Arcane Academy, it was something that many people had. You would know that this is a Heward's Handy Spice pouch.
Yeah, so I will explain that. Essentially, she can flavour anything with just a word.
So she could make... What, she could make vegetables taste like sweets?
So
Yeah.
basically what Heward's Handy Spice pouch does is the person using it reaches in thinking of a spice that they want, and it has 10 charges. So they can do it 10 times in a day before it has to recharge. If they think of a spice, then they reach in and there is a pinch of the spice in there of a non-magical food seasoning. So it can be salt, pepper, saffron, sugar, cinnamon, anything she wants. And
Yeah.
a pinch that she pulls out is enough to season a single meal.
I would basically explain that all of her like sweets and her pastries and things like that, she can actually make like cinnamon swirls herself.
She smiles and just goes, whispers to it and just goes cinnamon and like uses her finger to pick up some cinnamon and put it in her mouth.
Yep. She pulls
In a
out
cinnamon challenge, what?
pinch of cinnamon, which would be enough to season a single meal. And one of the charges is gone. I've added that to your journal, Val.
Awesome.
Cool. Halis is just like, the fuck is going on?
Yeah, Elise is just watching you all like, where did all of those items come from? Does this happen all the time? Is this how adventurers
I mean,
get
it
I thought you
happens
went
to
to
us, but
It's
No.
beginning to happen all the time. I don't think it's
Yes.
normal.
it's not normal for any other adventurers, just us.
Oh, will it happen for me if I hang around you enough?
I have no idea.
Possibly, but it's not always good.
Yes, there's
More
been
than
many
likely.
bad things.
Oh yeah, that nasty coin thing didn't look good, but okay.
No. Right, anyway, enough fooling around. We need
Blossom,
to
are
get
you-
going?
Hang on, Blossom, are you doing anything with your breath mint that you've been given?
Wait, it is a breath mint?
It's a mint.
Okay.
I'll keep hold of it for now.
Okay, that's fine. Just wanted to check you weren't going to pop it in your mouth or anything straight away. Just needed to know.
Right,
okay.
so do we get going?
Yep, let's go.
All right. So you guys saddle up and get ready again for the next leg of your journey. You start riding along, and the day passes without too much incident. About midday, those of you outside the cart, which would be Blossom, Talia, Xandal, and
Val.
Val,
I'm
all
assuming
make
it's
me
someone to source again.
perception checks, please.
Perception, okay.
See, roll one dice, it rolls twice. I did not 20 and a 10. Whichever one
Yeah,
you
the
see on
10
your end
came
is the one I
first.
rolled. This is what I mean. I don't understand why. I can't figure out why it's doing it. It's annoying me.
Have you got something open twice?
Oh, maybe. I don't know. Have I got...
Okay, right.
I think I
So-
had 2 instances of Roll20 up for some reason.
So Xandal and Blossom,
Oh, wasted
you
for 20.
hear this first. Yeah, Blossom, it was hearing, so you would have advantage
Oh,
if you want to roll again. Same thing. Doesn't matter.
Softball.
But you two hear this first. You hear from behind you the pounding of hooves. And
Wait, who?
hooves.
No, I meant who hears.
Blossom and Xandal.
Right, okay.
You can hear just it's a lone set of horse hooves, and it's coming up fast. Whoever's riding this horse is pushing it hard.
Xandal and Haga would sort of like roundabout. Well, Haga turns around under Xandal's order to see who or what it is, and sort of like bangs on the side of the carriage to sort of like get everyone's attention.
Okay.
What is it,
You all-
Xandal?
Whose horse, maybe?
What? Someone from town trying to stop us?
I don't know.
Mhm.
About a minute later, you can now see the horseman much clearer. Whoever wants to, please feel free to make me a perception check.
See if I can roll just once this time. Hey!
There we go.
That one!
That one. Talia, you
Oh,
go to
God damn
lean
it.
out, and a fly just goes straight in your eye.
Ah, God
20!
fucking damn it. Ah, my
Dirty
eye.
20.
Ah.
Laughing at Talia.
God
Okay.
damn it.
So yeah, dirty 20.
All right. So Val and Blossom, Xandal, you can see it is a lone male rider, but that's all you can make out. Val and Blossom, you can make out more detail. You can make out the uniform, which is the same as the uniforms you saw on the guards back in Riverrun. You can also see that he is not carrying any weapons, and is wearing a satchel like a courier would, and is clutching it as he rides hard towards you.
Val is going to slow down the warhorse, but also have his hand on his weapon just in case, to kind
Okay.
of meet the guy that's...
Okay. As you sort of stop and wait, he draws up level with you and rides past.
Okay.
He just keeps going, and Xandal, in that split second, you would recognize this person. This is your father's main courier. This is the soldier that he trusts with delivering important documents and messages to other nobles.
This does not bode well.
No.
Are you wanting to intercept?
Let me just
Do it.
double check something.
As the guy goes past him, Val's going to speed up, like, tug on the reins and make sure that the horse tries to catch back up with the rest of the group.
Okay. All right.
You'll... Are we stopping him?
I don't know.
Do you
Because
know what he's sending?
this is either something for the city or something against us. Does
Or you? We haven't done anything to your father, technically.
we took away
Yeah.
everything from him?
Yeah, I was going to say you might want to revisit that.
Not everything. He has his life.
Yeah, we took away his money. He sort of
I
like
say we
glances up.
intercept him.
I mean, by this point, he has rode out of view.
Yeah.
This guy's gone. He was riding
Yeah.
full pace.
Well, if you want to catch him, you better hurry. His carriage is
I think he's
catch
long
him.
gone now. Can we keep an eye out for which direction he's sort of going and take a guess as to where?
I mean, he's on the same road as you, the road that leads to Maham.
To my
Oh,
unless-
okay.
Unless he's
know you're
going
right.
to one of the small villages between Riverrun and Maham, there's only one destination on this road.
Fair enough.
I mean, if he wants to piss you off, Xandal, then your home is in Maham, so figures
Yes,
that
but
way.
so is that spider. Let's go. Let's go home.
Let's just keep going. We'll find out when we get home.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you guys set off again, moving probably at a slightly quicker pace than you were.
Yeah.
But obviously, again, you are hampered by A, the carriage, and B, Hagar is, though quick than like Xandal walking on foot, he's still not as fast as like a single horse. So you are hampered by that.
I thought Hagar was in the cart.
No. Xandal's riding Hagar.
Okay.
But you eventually, the night begins to draw in, the sun begins to set once again, and you can see in the distance the towers and crenellations and walls of Maham beginning to come into view. But it is again another good
Be right back.
half to 2/3 of a day to get back there.
Do you want to
Right.
push or camp?
I would prefer to push as much as we can, but
I'm happy to push.
Yeah.
I don't want the horses to fall and leave
They won't
the wall
fall.
stranded.
Wagon horse are hardier than you think.
Very well. Let's go.
Well, we'll go as hard as the horses can go, and then if they tire too much, we can stop. But we'll go as far as we can.
Okay. So you guys keep on riding, and as the sun sets completely, if you're going to continue riding through the night, Blossom, I'm going to need you to make an animal handling check to keep these horses under control.
And we all crash.
Back.
See how well we can do.
Me?
You're the best at animal handling.
Am I?
Everyone. Every time you've gotten on a cart, everyone said you're driving. So
That's fine.
yeah, the horses get a bit skittish with the lack of vision, but you manage to keep them under control. And you continue making your way. By the time it reaches about midnight, Halis is curled up asleep inside the cart, just like proper, not like gonzo, proper asleep. The rest of you are starting to feel the beginnings of tiredness starting to burn at the edge of your vision. Muscles are starting to ache, joints are starting to lock up, but you keep on pushing. Another couple of hours go past. It's probably about 2 a.m. now, and you can see you are. If you rested now, you would be able to enter Maham the next morning, or after you woke up. But
I think we should rest then.
the horses are starting to look very tired. They are starting to froth at the mouth a little bit, and they look like they need food, water, and just rest.
Let's water the horses and take a rest.
Yep, let's do
We'll
that.
leave at sunrise, yeah?
Okay.
Sounds like a plan.
So you guys are only going to get 5 hours sleep.
That's fine.
That's
I
more
already
than
need
enough for us
more.
two.
Okay. So you guys rest the horses, give them water, food, and the ones of you who want to settle down for naps, basically. Are you guys posting a watch, or are you just going to rest?
I'll watch because I only need 4, so I can watch for the entire rest.
Okay.
I'll put the snake out as well.
Okay.
Xandal will be up all night?
I think he means Hagar.
If this Xandal.
No? Okay. Nope, Xandal.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
All right.
That's what he says.
So Talia's using the passive.
Oh, wait. No, because he's... Well, oh, yeah, I might as well. Wait, no, because I could be awake for... Oh, wait, because then we're moving in 5 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so
I'll
we're not
have
going to get a
passive
rest.
then. 18 is still better than nothing, so...
Okay. So Xandal,
Although
roll
that's
me
audio.
perception with disadvantage. Okay. During the course
Gosh.
of the 5-hour rest period, Hagar keeps trying to point out something to you, Xandal, but you can't quite make out what it is he's pointing at. But he seems to have clocked something out there.
Little follower.
But the 5 hours soon come to pass, and dawn breaks across the sky once more. And you guys quickly hitch back up the horses, get ready, and start moving. Halis is still asleep. You just hear her going, "No, I don't want another scone."
Wakey, wakey.
What? What's going on?
Sometimes you don't get a full sleep when you're an adventurer. Wakey, wakey.
Right, yes, okay. And then you watch as she says that and then drops back off to sleep.
Ugh, you have a long way to go, girl.
She pulls out like a kind of inkwell and like a quill, and is tempted to like start drawing on her face, and sees if anybody reacts to like her going to draw on her face.
I'm not going to say a word.
About to say the only other two in the car are, well, Xandal's outside, so can't see this. The only two in the car are Talia and Vienna.
So
Definitely not going to say anything.
So draws a giant mustache, fills in some eyebrows, and just writes the word perception across her forehead.
Talia, take the quill and just add a monocle.
Yeah. Let me check. I mean, a quill does it. No, she does not wake up.
It's got to be a surprise when she wakes up.
Yep.
After about 2 more hours of travel, so by now it is 9 in the morning, you reach back to the outer section of the walls of Maham, returning to Lucky Logan's ranch. You return the horses and the cart, paying the next, I believe it was over 200 gold in
I
total.
think so.
Yep. So, yep, you pay the other 200 gold for the end of your journey.
We splitting it amongst us. Who was paying?
I don't know who took the coffers from the last adventure we were on. It was like wasn't it like 6,000 gold or something?
Most of it got chucked in the book.
Okay.
Oh yeah, we don't even know what's in the book, and we haven't even split that amongst us yet.
I'll need to rewatch the VOD, but I'll just assume that we'll pay it out of what was in the book.
If I remember correctly, you guys managed to scrounge together roughly, I believe it was. Let me just check my notes.
I think we grabbed most of the platinum coins because it was worth more.
Yeah, let me just double check my notes. Hang on, where is the notes?
I thought we had a group loot thing where we could write down shit in our journal. Maybe we should add something like that to add loot to.
Maybe.
Just so everyone can see it in the journal.
Yeah, that was our other game. We have that.
Yeah, that's actually quite a good idea.
Good idea, though.
Yeah.
Then we wouldn't have to worry about one person remembering.
Probably that one where I post. wrote it down. So yeah, you guys, if I remember correctly, got something like 14,000 gold from Vodawood's treasury.
So what would that be between us?
If you split that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If you split it 7 ways,
Mhm.
that would be 2,000 gold apiece, roughly.
Sweet. Should we do that then?
Yeah, for now, that's probably going to be easier.
Okay, I'll add that.
Would we not be splitting it 8 ways for when Balasar comes home?
Well, I mean,
you guys,
Balasar
you
wasn't
guys-
there.
Balasar wasn't there, yeah.
That's
Yeah.
true.
You only get
Oh.
gold if you're with us at the time.
There we go. I have made a handout called Treasure, which you guys can all edit and add to.
Sweet.
Awesome. So we
There we
all
go.
get
Then we can-
2,000 gold, did you say?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice. So
Cool.
does that...
So do you want it? So we split 200 between all of us that are here, just to make it really cheap.
Yeah,
Why
I
not?
think that works.
Yeah.
So take 200 off. Yep.
So wait, no, not
Oh,
play
right.
200 each. It was 200 what we all. So 200 split between us. So between 7, I guess.
Between 6, because Fish isn't
Between
there.
6, yeah.
So if
that's
it was
what?
between 4, that would be 50 each. So between 6...
It's about 25.
About to say, you're asking me to do mental maths now.
Why don't we just hang on? Let's just get a calculator, dude.
There you go.
Well,
33
it's
gold
not an
apiece.
exact number.
Okay.
Okay, so 33 gold take away. Okay, cool. Just makes it easier. Yeah, and then we've all still got loads of money. Right, cool. Start taking care of it.
Yep, the stable hand takes the payment and goes, thank you very much. And you guys move back in through the gates into the Gateway District. Halis sort of are following you all, just sort of staring around at this giant city for her. This is incredible. She's never been anywhere like this. The few times she's ever been to Maham, it would have been in a closed carriage with the blinds drawn until she was at some noble's house. She's never been in an area like this.
So Vienna completely
Going to love
ignoring
the
the
tavern.
ink on the...
Yeah, I was going to say,
buffet.
Xandal's like looking at her like, oh my god.
Talia will just look at Xandal and just put a finger over her lips and be like, shh.
So yeah, Vienna actually explains, this is Maham, by the way.
This is amazing. I mean, I've been here before, but normally it's just like, stuffy galas and parties. This is brilliant. Look at... Oh, this is amazing. And she's just like properly staring at everything, trying to drink it all in. Completely oblivious to the looks and stares she's getting because of the ink on her face.
You're going to love the tavern, then. Want to see our base?
Yeah, please.
Right.
Where we're
Let's
heading.
get to the jiggy Jester. I can't wait to see Gunther.
Okay. Xandal, are you going with them?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
You guys head to the Jigging Jester, making your way into the quiet interior. There's a couple of people in here having like a quiet breakfast beer and a bite to eat before work. You see Rook stood behind the bar polishing glasses. No sign of Gunter at the moment, though.
Hi, Rook.
Hello. And then he
This is Halis. And she'll like.
I was gonna say, you see him sort of glance over you all, and then like suddenly blink and like look back at Halis and cock his head onto one side.
This
And he goes,
Halis is a kenku. It's the bar tender.
Kenku? What's a Kenku?
I mean, look at him. That's a kenku.
Halis? Hello,
Yes, Halis.
Nice to meet you. Would you like drink? Yeah. Do you have some milk? Yes. And he goes out the back, comes back with like a big, like copper pitcher that you can tell has probably been kept in a cold store. Pours out a glass of milk and pops it down for her, and she sits there drinking the milk.
An ale, please, Rook.
Okay. And he reaches back to one of the casks and draws a tankard and puts it down. Anybody else?
I think breakfast sounds good, thank you, Rook.
I'm just gonna down my tankard and just be like,
At the bar or at your table?
Table
I'll-
for now.
let's go table.
Okay. And he goes out the back to start preparing, and you guys move up to your table, and Halis, moving up to the table, starts looking at the artwork, and
Oh
then
god, Talia's painting!
sees Talia's painting and blushes bright red.
See that, Elise? That is a woman.
She turns to you, Xandal, and goes, "I don't have to do that, do I?"
Not that.
No.
You don't have to post naked for a
No.
painting.
No.
Should we?
Fiona will actually explain to
Xandal's
her.
looking very uncomfortable at this point.
Yeah, Fiona actually bends down to her and says, Gunter, the owner of this establishment, and Talia are somewhat of an item. Gunter is the artist. I'm sure you can work it out.
Maybe she's not.
You can almost, like, she starts drinking her milk again, but you can see the blush is now, like, full-faced, and if steam could come out her ears, steam would be coming out her ears.
Oh,
Probably
Halis,
You gotta
It's
bear in mind,
ridiculous.
this is a 17-year-old girl who has been quite well cloistered away by her father. Probably most of romance has come from novels and that sort of
not
thing.
the romance novels.
No, not even naughty romance novels. Because again, every book she would have got would have had to go through her father.
It'd probably
Oh,
been
come
like
on, she's
Pride and
bound to have
Prejudice and-
snuck something out.
Yeah, she's bound to have snuck
rebellious.
something out. But again, in
Probably
like-
more adventure rather than
yeah.
In fairness, between
it
the
is an
onsen
adventure.
and our adventures, we've probably seen more of each other than we would care to admit.
Xandal most of all.
It's at
Xandal's
this-
now blushing as much as Elise.
It's at this
He's
point that
looking very uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's at this point Rook comes to the table and he puts down platters of pancakes, proper full cooked breakfast, sausages, bacon, a platter of kippers, a platter of like scrambled egg, a couple of flagons of juice and breakfast ale, and one of water. And he goes, "Enjoy."
Thank you, Rook.
Many thanks, Rook.
I know
Go
we're
on.
all about to sit down for a meal, but should we not be concerned of that courier that was coming in this direction?
In
I'd
the
have-
middle of
the way he was moving,
before
he's
us.
probably left by now.
He's probably already dropped the message off. Or called, or whatever it is he was doing.
Make sure she gets fed. I am going to go check out a few things.
But
I'll
I
be back
don't.
shortly.
Halis at this point has started piling her plate with just anything she can reach. Rook also comes back from the kitchen a few moments later with a tray of like sweet breakfast pastries, goes to put them in front of and Halis just like Talia, you see it. I don't think anyone else does. Halis' hand just like flashes out and two pastries just vanish.
Perhaps you won't need as much training as I thought.
At this point, she looks at you with cheeks like properly puffed out like a hamster. Huh?
You say that, but I think her perception needs some work, judging from the word perception.
Rook, could you bring us a mirror, please?
Mirror. Okay. And he quickly goes to like one where one is. There is like a. There is like a almost like bar length mirror behind the bar, which you think is probably really heavy. Rook just goes to it, lifts it down, and just carries it across to you guys.
Rook being an absolute
could you-
snack.
Halis, would you mind looking into the mirror a moment?
She does. Her cheeks still puffed up. She looks in the mirror and goes, and food just goes everywhere. What happened to my face?
You
And that
let your
is why
guard
you
down.
need to pay more attention.
Yeah.
Is there somewhere I can wash it off?
Yes, but I think the lesson is when the group tells you that you kind of need to be awake, you should probably make every effort to stay awake.
Indeed.
Right. Okay. I'm gonna eat some more, then go wash, I think. And she starts eating again. Xandal, whilst they are breaking their fast, where are you going?
First things first, I'm heading up to The academy.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to get the old man.
Okay. You make your way to the academy and you knock on one of the doors. The face forms in the wood and goes, "Greetings, this is the Arcane Academy. Please state your business."
Xandal, I would like to speak to Rachna, please.
Lord Rachna is currently unavailable. He is out of Maham on business.
Very well, thank you.
You're welcome. And the face recedes back into the door.
With that, Xandal heads up to essentially where all the lords meet.
Okay. So you head into Halcyon Heights. Are you heading to the Citadel? Or are you heading to sort of the main tavern here in Halcyon Heights?
The Citadel.
Making your way to the Sovereign Citadel, you can see the guards stood outside. They see you approaching and they snap to attention, recognizing you as a person who lives here, and B as a member of Armatae. And they wave you on through. You met at the front door by a butler who goes, Xandal, how can I help you?
Is Lady Naxter here?
Lady Naxter is not here currently. Last I heard, she had business in the Sapphire Docks today, dealing with one of the trade disputes between ourselves and Simor. Did you need her for any specific reason?
No, not at all. That's perfect. I've forgotten his name. The more friendly of the lords that usually deals with us.
Well,
Smythe?
The
you
collector.
deal.
Smythe?
Yeah, there's Johann Smythe. You deal with Barras, who is the Emperor. Rachna Vale. Theodas Quickwinal is the captain of the guard and head of the army. Or there is Drangar Thundergut.
That guy. I'm getting them mixed.
Although Xandal would have met Drangar Thundergut, but he's never dealt with him as a member of Armatae.
No. The one that's more likely to deal with crazy mishaps from lord to lord, so to speak. I.e., he wants to figure out what on earth that career is up to from his dad.
That would probably be Barras you'd want to talk to then, as any lord disputes normally go through the Emperor.
Yeah. So Barras.
The butler goes, the Emperor is quite busy with meetings today, but I can see if he can squeeze you in quickly.
Of course, thank you.
And he goes away, and about 10 minutes later, he comes back with Barras with him, and Barras sort of seeing you goes, Xandal, good to see you. How can I help you? It sounded like you needed my assistance.
Yes. What? I know pleasantries and stuff like that. You have to maintain a friendly facade with all people of interest. But what are your truthful opinions on the likes of Lady Naxter, my father, etc.?
Well, Lady Naxter is a close personal friend of mine. She's been very good to me and very supportive of both myself, my ideals, and my agenda. Your father is a lord. I will leave it at that.
Yes. Well, we all have our personal thoughts and crosses, don't we?
Indeed.
Has a career, perchance, come
From
through
your
to
father?
you from my father, yes.
Yes, a courier did drop off the details of your official disownment. That, in my opinion, does not change my opinion or your standing with myself. You have done enough with Armatae to maintain a good friendly relation with myself and this city. Whether that was all the courier was carrying, I'm afraid I do not know. It was merely the official notice for the records of the kingdom that was sent to me.
Of course, I expected as much. And what does that entail for the likes of my home, etc.?
Your home has nothing to do with myself or the kingdom. It was private property. That would be between you and whoever your landowner was, or obviously whoever you dealt with under the contract of the dwelling.
Of course. Thank you. I
You're
don't
welcome.
tend to deal with this stuff very much. Far too busy most of my time, you see.
Understandable.
Uh,
You are much more a man of intellect rather than politics or organ.
oh, indeed. Oh, if that was all within there.
Indeed. At this point, you see the butler sort of he sort of like whispers in Baras's ear, and Baras goes, "Yes, yes. Unfortunately, I am expected to go and begin looking at the preparation for this ambassadorial visit from Reforp. Not something I'm looking forward to, but the correct niceties must be maintained. Xandal, I hope
course.
it all works out for you. Again, if you or Armatae need anything, or I need anything of you, we will reach to each other. But until then, a good day." And he turns and
Thank you.
makes his way back into the citadel, the butler trailing along behind him, fussing.
Yeah, with that, Xandal's going to make his way back to his tower.
Okay. As you approach your tower, you can see 3 figures stood out the front of it.
The similar sort to the last lot.
No. 2 of
Oh.
these are 7-foot tall orcs, both armed with clubs. They look very much just like hired muscle. And stood in front of them is a human, male, looks to be probably late 20s, early 30s, bit of a paunch, very nicely dressed, but that sort of nicely dressed where it's a bit, he's not a noble, but he's trying to present himself as such. He's very much
Yeah.
a middle-class ladder climber.
Essentially the Sheriff of Nottingham styly.
Yes, very much so. Lots of
Yeah.
gilt and velvet and silk, but it's
Yeah,
overdone. And he sees you and goes, "Ah, are you Xandal?
I am, yes. What can I help you with?
I am here to serve you your notice." And he hands you an envelope.
He takes a hold of the notice.
Do you open it and read it?
Yep.
Open it and read it, and it says, due to the tower being in your father's name, your father being the one who paid for everything, you have been evicted from the tower. You are no longer welcome to stay in the tower, and you have 24 hours to remove your effects before the locks are changed.
You fucking dared him!
Yep.
On your
Yeah.
bed. You made the bed lie in it.
Of course. He expected as much.
Obviously, I will leave you to gather your effects, but my 2 associates here will maintain a watch and make sure you do not take anything that actually belongs to the tower, and obviously that you do not condone any damage to the premises. And once you have finished doing everything, they will begin the process of changing the locks. So sorry for your poor fortune, and have a nice day. And he walks off, leaving just the 2 orcs who are just stood there, just like looking down at you.
Well, if you're going to stand around, make yourself useful. You can at least help me move some of this stuff, please.
I'm paid to move stuff.
Yes, charming as well as beautiful. Very well, come, Haggard.
You see one of the orcs has a very slight blush, and it's now that you notice, one of them is actually female.
Oh God!
That's it. Chat them up. Keep going. Keep
Yeah.
going.
Sweet talk, Xandal. You're the flirty flirt. Let's go.
Oh my God!
This is why you should stop talking in that flowery language of yours, Xandal, and talk like the commoners.
Oh my days. Right, yeah. Xandal's just gonna go in, start loading as much as he can into the Qualish.
Xandal's gonna wait for ladies.
I'm finding it quite funny how he has a knack with the ladies, yet has no idea that he has a knack with the ladies.
Yeah.
It's hilarious.
With the size of the Qualish, you can easily fit into that most of your tools, a decent amount of raw materials, M's frame, M herself. That's about it. You're not going to
Plenty
be
of
able
room
to
at the
fit in
Jigger
any of your other vehicles, unfortunately, that you already had. You're not going to be able to fit in the drill or any of that sort of stuff.
No. Xandal's gonna try and figure something out. Because
Again, you've
he's,
got 24 hours. You
Yeah,
don't have to do this all in one go.
he's
Is
essentially
Steve the
beginning.
workshop in the Chicken Chester?
I don't believe you've.
I don't know if we've.
shown
I don't
that
think
No,
we've shown
he's
him our
essentially-
base, so he has no idea.
How much space on the ship can fit my stuff in the workshop that we made?
on the ship.
Yeah,
You're not living on it.
because
on
we
the
made
sh-
we turned one of the rooms into a workshop, didn't we?
You did, yeah. On the ship, the workshop itself would be big enough for things like working on M's frame. That would be about it.
Yeah.
It's not a big workshop.
Okay. I'll put sort of like vital equipment onto the ship. I'm gonna have to try and sell off a lot of the raw material, I imagine, but like
There's a lot of
my
space in
mate-
the Jig and Jester.
He doesn't know that. We've just established that.
Yeah, no.
We
Xandal's
did
never
offer
been
him his
upstairs
own
into-
room and everything, so
I know, but he probably thinks it's just like an in room. He doesn't realise just how
Yeah,
big it is. So we'll have to wait for him to get back, and he'll probably see it when we show Halis around.
yeah. So essentially, what he's just going to start doing is he's going to go around. He's going to deal with like the scrap metal vendors to deal with sort of like, you know,
Yeah.
the
So
scrap metals that he's got lying around. He's got to get all his paperwork in order.
yeah, with
Essentially, he needs to get his main priority is to clear the secure room.
so with the amount of raw material and the time it would take you to do all this, I would say you managed to sell most of the material for 500 gold.
Yeah,
For like the metals and that sort of stuff. You probably keep the gems and things. 'Cause
yeah. I'm
obviously they
keeping
are,
things of sort of like valued things that he needs for M's,
yeah,
like frames, stuff like
yeah.
that.
But the various metals and bars of metal and that sort of stuff, you do manage to sell for about 500 gold to various blacksmiths around the city.
Yeah,
Are you wanting to try and get things like the drill and the other stuff in the hidden room sold as well? Or are you wanting to try and
I want to try and keep them because Xandal's obviously very secretive about his treasures.
Yeah. So
Which is what's annoyed him more because of the amount of
So-
time he spent sort of like making that room scry-proof. Everything's now
Yeah.
going to be in the open.
So, what would you? Now, the other thing is, you would know you made that room.
Yeah.
You and Haggard dug that room yourself, so that room isn't on the tower plans.
Hmm.
So, when they changed the locks, you've got that hidden door round the back, Neither of the orcs has seen you. They've been watching only the front door. So when
Yeah.
you brought the Qualish out and stuff from the hidden room, they've not seen it.
No.
So
Technically,
up to
it's not
you
what your
whether
father
you-
owns. Then it's something you made yourself. So
yeah, it's up to you whether you want to seal that off and try and do something with that, or whether you want to empty it. It's up to you. There's risks either way.
I'm going to try and empty it for now.
Okay, where are you wanting to take the stuff?
So some of this stuff is quite big, isn't it? It's not just
Yeah.
gonna.
Yeah, I think when we said there was a dwarven drilling machine, there were
Mhm.
parts for a cannon, and
I mean,
a
you
couple
could
of
give
other.
some of it to Barras. Just saying.
I think before I attempt to empty it out, I'm going to try and get Val's attention at the jester.
Okay.
I'm going to send like a little note with Adonia.
Okay. So after you guys had about finished your meal, and Halis has gone upstairs and used like a little bathroom that's attached to the onsen for like showering and getting yourself clean before entering the onsen to scrub her face clean, and has come back down and rejoined you all, and you're just about to get ready to sort of start a tour as Adomiak comes in through the door and hovers in front of your face, Val, holding a rolled up scrap of parchment from Xandal.
Val's going to grab the parchment and read it.
Okay, Zan.
It essentially reads, "I need a massive favour. Can you meet me at my tower, please?"
Is anybody around the table still with me, or is everybody gone to like wash up and go to bed?
Everyone's still at the table.
Upstairs showing Halis around.
Okay.
No, that hasn't started yet.
Oh.
Halis had just come back down, and you guys were getting ready to do that when Adomiak came in.
Val just sighs and just like, Xandal needs some help at the tower. Does anybody want to come with?
Yeah, I'll follow you along. So, yeah, Vienna will.
Coming from?
Cool.
Ah.
Okay.
So go to the tower.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
Okay,
is that
we'll go to the tower then.
I'd say, is that everyone going then?
I was going to show Halis around. I'm not going.
Okay, so Talia's staying. Blossom, are you going?
I'll go, yeah.
Okay, so
Blossom just
Talia's
wants to
staying.
follow the bird. That's
Yeah.
all.
Adomiak sees Blossom eyeing it, and it just quickly zips out the door. Okay, so all of you except Talia make your way down through the Gateway District into Halcyon Heights and along to Xandal's Tower, where you see these two big, muscly orcs with the club stood in front of his door. I'm assuming, Xandal, you're out the front waiting for them as well.
Yeah, you can sort of like see Xandal shifting like a carcass of pre-Hagger into the out of the door.
Yeah, the female orc does give you a hand, blushing slightly as she does.
Yeah.
Get in there, mate. Oh, that'd be a wild
She
night.
doesn't help you take it all the way, but she helps you like get it through the door. The male is just sort of goes.
Xandal, what's going on?
I am now homeless.
I mean, you're not.
Well, I kind of need a favour. Do any of your contacts have secure warehouses?
I mean,
We have a vault.
We have a vault. We've got a workshop. We've got loads of stuff at the Chicken Jester.
Yes, but big enough to fit the stuff in the room.
Would Val be able to look at this and then judge based on what he knows of the
I don't know
workshop?
how big is the vault.
The
So
vault?
looking at the stuff, it won't fit in the vault. Some of it will fit in the workshop. Gunter made sure the workshop was basically on one floor of the Jester. You've got, so basically it goes, main floor of the Jester is where the drinking happens and the eating. Next floor up is the guest rooms. Floor above that is your guys' rooms and the onsen. Floor above that is the training room and the workshop. So there is basically a whole floor of the Jester that is split in half, one side being the workshop, the other side being a training room. So the workshop there is quite big, so some of this would fit in there. It would probably take some magic to get it up the stairs. But you also do know that the Jigging Jester does also have a yard out the back. So some stuff could be stored there because it does have stabling for horses and that sort of thing. And obviously somewhere for, ale deliveries to happen.
Val relays this to Xandal and just says, you might have to be a bit selective, but we can get most of what you need over at the Jigging Jester.
Well, I'm selling off all the scrap metals, at least. Paperwork can easily be stored. It's just I'd rather not have certain people getting their mitts on these things.
Sure, if you ask me and Talia nicely, we might be able to spare the training room for some room for now if you need.
The main thing is the drill and the cannon. No one really knows how to use the Qualish other than me. But the Qualish should easily store upon the ship.
Yeah, and we can always call in favours with the town to get it stored in different places if needs be. And who are these two lovely individuals who are guarding your door at the moment?
They're here to make sure that I don't barricade myself in or take the walls with me.
And who do they work for?
The tower owner.
And that is...
I'm assuming his father.
No, that was who was paying the tower owner.
Ah.
I thought that never really crossed my mind until I returned home.
I mean, have you ever thought about making a better offer?
With what? My work takes most of my funding.
I mean, we're an adventuring group. We do make money. Depends how much the tower costs, but you might be able to come to an agreement.
For now, I just wanted to get everything sorted, work out where money's coming in, going out, expenditures, predicted incomes.
Ew.
I mean, if you want to stand on your own 2 feet and create your own area and everything, then
yeah, essentially, Xandal looks like he has a lot running through his head at the minute. Stuff that he's never really had to think about before.
Little rich boys cut off from mummy and daddy. Oh,
pretty much, yeah. So yeah. What do I do now? My money stopped.
I can't ask daddy for money anymore.
Yeah.
That 2,000 gold a month stipend, that's not coming in anymore either.
No, yeah.
We don't quite make that, but
one.
I don't think we're that bad off either. Come on, man.
No. So yeah, Xandal's just essentially he's just trying to get everything in order. He looks at sort of how much time he's got left.
By this point, it's probably coming up towards midday.
Okay. So he sort of he locks up for a minute. He looks to the orcs. He says, "I will be back soon. I just need to sort some things."
The male just sort of grunts. The female gives you this shy little wave.
Xandal is completely oblivious.
Fucking number. No, you fool.
Yeah, Xandal is completely oblivious as per usual.
So, Xandal, do you need a hand inside, or do you want us to start prepping things back at the Jigging Jester, or what would be the easiest thing for you?
I think I would first like to ask Gunter's permission to store what I can there for now.
Sure, we can go and ask Gunter.
I'd rather not just suddenly show up on his doorstep with a bunch of stuff.
But you're a member of Armatae. You just, he's already opened everything up for
Talia, you're not there.
I'm just
What
saying as a
I was going
player.
to say
There,
is,
Talia.
Am I doing the voice? No.
what I was going to say is,
Player, God.
didn't Gunter already designate one of the guest rooms for Xandal, even though he didn't use it? I'm pretty
Oh, yeah.
certain that happened.
Yeah, there was spare room. Like that, you guys still haven't filled all the rooms on the floor designated for Armatae, because obviously when it was built for people like Amakia, Garrosh, Bragdon, Yami, Sanil,
Mantra.
all of Mantra. There's a lot of spare rooms up there that are still not allocated.
Yeah.
Actually, plenty of room when you think about it.
Yeah.
Knock all the walls in.
Yeah.
Fuck me.
So Xandal's going to go back and speak to Gunter about at least getting a room for him and Halis, as well as some of his stuff.
Okay. Whilst you guys are starting to make your way back to the Jester to make this request, Talia, you are giving Halis a tour.
Yeah. Alright, come on, Halis. I'm going to show you the best.
Okay. And she gets up and follows you.
Now follow me. Now, obviously, you won't have a key yet because you're not in our adventuring group, but I have one, so I will let you up. So we'll up the ladder and she'll unlock the trapdoor or whatever it was. I can't remember how we even
It's
got up
not
there.
a trapdoor. It's
Oh, was it a door? Or, we
you
only have
go up-
access to it. Nobody else can
yeah,
get up there.
You go up the flight of stairs to the guest rooms. You go to the end of that corridor. There's another set of stairs up, which ends at a door that you need the key for.
Ah, right, yes. So I'll do that and open the door.
Okay. So that opens up into your guys' rooms.
Okay, right. And, then
And
I'll close
Gunter's
the door
room.
behind. Right, now this is my room. Don't ever come in here under any circumstances, especially when I'm in there, okay?
Okay. Right.
And she'll show her Gunter's room and say exactly the same.
You open Gunter's room, and there is Gunter in the bed, half covered by the sheets, snoring.
And she'll quickly push out the room and be like, wait here a second, and then close the door.
Halis
Right.
is blushing and tries to peer in the door as you go in.
No peeking, she'll say at the door. It'll probably wake
You
Gunter
hear,
up
yeah,
by
you hear
saying
Gunter
that.
go. Guten Morgen. Talia! Oh, Talia, hello!
Slow down.
And he gets
Yes,
up and
back.
the sheet falls completely away.
Oh, I never get tired of seeing that.
Oh,
Right.
well.
We have a guest. Put some clothes on, please.
Oh, but that's no fun.
You can take them off later, darling.
Oh, very well. And he quickly goes and he pulls on a pair of black sort of cotton trousers and a red silk shirt and a small black velvet waistcoat, which he pops on and he goes, Is that better?
Yes. Also, you need to pick an outfit. We're going on a date later. Hopefully. I haven't forgotten.
Wonderful.
I promised.
You
Right.
did promise, and I'm looking forward.
Now, do you promise to be on your best behavior?
Define best behavior.
In
Do you
front
mean
of a
my
minor.
flirtiest? Oh. Was that boring? I can try.
We have Xandal's sister with us, so you treat her right. No flirting, no peeking, no perving. Okay?
When did you become a stick in the mud? That's not fun. Also,
She's a noble girl. She's not used to it. She'll be overwhelmed, especially with you.
well, surely then a shock to the system and getting her used to it is the best option. Yeah?
Not seeing your jollies.
Oh, I'm not going to do that. I mean,
just
come
go
on,
easy on
darling.
her, okay?
He puts an arm around your shoulder and goes, I do have some standards. I'm not going to go flashing, underage women, and especially not other women than you at the moment. I quite like my jollies where they are. I don't want to make you mad.
Good. I'm glad we're on the same page.
Gives you a kiss on the cheek and goes, I'm glad you're back.
I'm glad I'm back too. Right. And I'll open the door, and then she'll
As
probably
you do,
fall on
she
her
falls
face.
in because her ear was pressed against the door.
Didn't I say no peeking?
Peeking, listening and peeking are not the same.
Ah, it's the same thing. Right.
No, peeking would have been my eye at the keyhole, not my ear.
Right, Gunther, this is
Gunther is
Halis.
just
Halis, this
chuckling
is
to
Gunther.
himself. Well, nice to meet you, Halis. My name is Gunther. This is my tavern. Nice to meet you, Mr. Gunther. Oh, please, no, not Mr. No. Just
Mr. Gunther.
be quiet, you, or else I'll tell him what you call me.
Oh, I might add Mr. to the list.
Interesting. Halis is starting to blush.
Right, before we corrupt this girl, let us show her around the place. Yes?
Very well. I'm going to go get a breakfast ale first, and he steps into a shadow and vanishes.
He
Halis
does
is
that
like,
a lot.
What? How? What?
Magic, darling. Right. This way. And then she'll show her the other rooms. Right, this is Val's room. This is Vienna's room.
Yep.
I'm trying to think who actually has a room. This is Earth's room.
Mm-hmm.
Does Blossom have a room?
Blossom does have a room, yeah.
Room?
This is Blossom's room.
Fish has a
I'm
room
assuming
as well.
Fish, and this is Fish's room. She's not here at the moment. She's off on a
and
nap or something.
Rowan's room would still be there as well.
This was Rowan's room, but she's not here at the moment. She's offered me a mission in Minas Pengoli.
Ah, I've never been to Minas Pengoli.
What about the elves?
Yeah, I've heard about them, but the only elves I've really dealt with from Pandy Vale.
Anyway, this is just where we sleep and chill. There's a little meeting table and stuff. But upstairs where the fun happens.
Right, okay.
And then we'll take up to the next floor.
Okay. Whilst that's happening, it's at this point, Xandal, that you guys arrive back at the Jester, and you see Gunther, hair still tousled from sleep, leant against the behind the bar, leant against it, just drinking a pint of breakfast ale and having he's got like a big Wurst sausage on a fork, and he's just sort of chewing it between sips of ale, and he looks at him and goes, welcome back, everybody. I've met your sister Xandal. She's very nice. Don't worry, I've been told not to corrupt her too much.
Please don't.
I mean, darling, you know, my general proximity is corrupting influence. I can't do anything about that.
And he's standing there with a
Don't
giant
worry.
sausage on his fork, right?
Yeah. He looks at you, Val, and quite obviously puts it in his mouth and doesn't chew it, and then pops back out.
Val kind of sees this, semi-blushes, but also looks down, and then just feels really awkward about the entire situation.
And Gunther just chuckles to himself and then takes a bite and swig of beer.
I've come to ask a favour, if you don't mind.
This feels very formal. I'm not good with formal, but yes, please feel free.
I need storage space for some fairly large items, as well as a room for myself and my sister.
Already
is
has
okay.
a room, so that is fine. I mean, there's already rooms on the Armatae floor not in use, so yeah, you a member of Armatae, you were going to have a room no matter what. Your sister, yeah, she can have a room on that floor as well, but obviously she will not be getting quite the same freedoms as you will. She won't be able to change things as much.
Very
As
well.
for storage space, I mean the workshop is fairly large. Why don't you go take a look, see if you think everything will fit, and if not, we've got a couple of spare storage like barns in the yard. They used to be used for, storing whiskey and that sort of thing, but obviously, we go through that quite quickly now.
Of course.
Insinuating.
His Armatae are alcoholics!
More
actually
because
AA anonymous.
Armatae have increased his business. So
Yeah.
We are now
And we're
Alcoholics
alcoholics.
Anonymous.
Yeah.
but yeah,
With that,
he reaches back under the bar and gets out another of the Armatae keys and just flicks it to you, Xandal, and goes, Go check it out.
Vienna
Yeah.
will guide him up the
I'm paid by Baras to put you all up here, so yeah.
My thanks.
No, don't. It's absolutely fine. You friends of mine, and I friend of yours. I scratch your back, and you probably don't scratch my back because you don't reach that high. I don't want you scratching my butt. Leave my butt alone. Actually,
That's the tender subject.
actually, he sort of looks at you and goes, "Maybe do touch my butt, but have a shower first. Not that oil."
Yeah,
This way, Xandal.
thoughts to the entire book come flooding through his mind, and he just sort of just stops.
It's at
turns
that
around
point
and
Gunther
walks.
just drains the last of his pint and goes, "Well, I'm going to go see your sister again. Bye," and just drops through a shadow again.
Xandal looks very worried.
It's fine. He's always like that.
Yeah,
Right.
follow me, Xandal.
Thank you.
Okay,
So,
so you
yeah.
guys head upstairs and you eventually catch up with Talia, Gunther, and Halis on the upper floor where they are looking at the workshop and the training room. And like I say, the floors of the Jigging Jester, the building itself is roughly probably 80 feet by 80 feet. It's quite a big building. So the workshop itself is 40 feet by 40 feet. It's quite large.
And then would the workshop be another 40 feet by 40 feet?
The training room's 40 feet by 40 feet, yeah.
Yeah, so potentially you could cut the training room in half and add another, 20 feet?
20 feet, yeah, to the...
Yeah.
If you ask nicely.
Leave me a training dummy.
Halis looks at you, Xandal, and goes, "Xandal, I'm learning so much." And she's just got this massive grin on her face.
Xandal just looks like he wants the earth to open up and just swallow him whole at this point.
Yeah, behind Halis, you could just see the grinning tiefling faces of Talia and Gunther.
He's like, oh God, what have I done?
Absolutely the right thing.
Really?
Oh, Halis, have you seen the onsen yet? No. What's an onsen? Oh, don't
She
worry,
cleaned herself
darling.
up in the onsen.
She did, but she didn't go into the onsen. She used the little bathroom on the edge.
Right, okay.
He goes, "Oh, don't worry, we'll show you later. But unfortunately, it's mixed bathing, no clothing allowed."
I just told her she wouldn't have to be naked, and now you're putting ideas in her head, Gunther.
Oh, fine. We'll do it,
She can have a
separated
towel.
No, separated bathing. You ladies have a bit of time to yourselves before the date, yeah? And then I'll have my pamper time. I'm probably going to take longer than you anyway, Talia, aren't I?
No doubt, darling. No doubt.
Yeah.
Make yourself pretty.
And I can have some boy time with Xandal and Val.
Hey, Vienna, you want to go to the onsen?
Oh, why not?
Plus?
Yeah. And Halis goes, yeah, all right.
All right, little babe. We can
Okay.
have a girly talk.
Okay. Gunther goes, "I'll have Rook send up some wine."
Excellent. Not for Halis, though. She's not old enough.
Juice.
Perfect. Let's go.
With that, Xandal just kind of under guidance begins doing measurements of the room to figure out, or the rooms to figure out where things will fit.
Yeah. Like I say, in the workshop, you should be able to fit. Like I say, if you use things like the reduce spell, you'll be able to get it up here. You should be able to fit the drill and the cannon in there, along with Emily's chassis.
Yeah.
So it should fit.
Okay,
so you would probably have to store in its barrel form outside.
In its barrel form outside. Would it be able to fit onto the ship?
Yes.
He'll probably do that.
Okay.
So, yeah. Because essentially it's a transport vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
It probably would just do better on the ship.
Yeah.
For now.
Okay.
Yeah, so with that, he sort of if the Val's willing to help, begin to get things moved, and just
Gunther actually volunteers Rook as well. and sends him off with you.
Oh.
And with Rook's help, it is ridiculously easy to get this stuff moved.
Yeah, so he does that. He begins sort of like getting the final things moved. Once he's done that, he sort of like ensures that the safe room is locked and hidden. Because once he gets everything back in order, that tower's going to be his again.
Yeah.
In between breaks from lifting things and moving things, Val's going to be like trying to casually spark up conversation with the orcs and convert them to Tritherian like he normally does with everybody.
Don't give him your fucking leaflets.
Just like instead of just like going like completely headfirst into it, he's just trying to like casually steer random conversations to like, oh, do you believe in a god? Have you heard of Tritherian sort of thing?
The male is just proper stonewalling you. He's just not even paying you any attention. The female, on the other hand, goes, I'm not really interested, but what can you tell me about your halfling friend?
What do you want to know about him?
Measurements.
Is he encumbered?
Oh, okay.
I mean, he has a giant gorilla. It's made of metal, but...
She looks a bit perturbed. And sort of goes, right.
But in the way you're looking at it, as far as I'm aware, he's not encumbered.
Good. That's it. That's basically all you get out of
it.
But then,
she asked you if he was single, not asked
but
if he
then
had a big pick.
I look at the male and go, but at the same time, I don't know which way he swings. And see if the
male at that
reacts.
point looks really worried. Like he's visibly trying to still stonewall you, but you can see his like eyebrow twitching, and he's sort of like just like, oh god.
Oh man.
So we're either going to do one of two things. We're either going to put them off so they leg it, or two, they're going to like him.
Xandal's going to get a date at this rate.
Xandal, you eventually finish clearing the tower, and as you lock up the door and hand over the key, the male orc just takes it and nods, and immediately turns to the door with a set of tools, obviously to begin changing the lock. The female orc, on the other hand, sort of is fiddling with something in her hands and then passes it to you and just sort of goes, sorry, and then quickly turns to help the male orc.
He looks
I
at
just
what
met
he's just
you,
been
and
handed.
this is crazy.
It is an
Here's my
address.
number.
It's a what?
It's an address.
Call me, maybe.
It's an address for somewhere in Grimhaven. With a name at the top.
I think it's at this point it finally dawns on him. He's like, oh.
Does the note smell of anything? Has she like tried to spray something onto the note to make it more appealing or anything like that?
Does not, but the name at the top is Mersha. Mursha.
Harley Ray Jepsen song in chat. Perfect soundtrack. Here's my number, but call me baby.
Oh, that's funny.
But yeah, so you now have this note with her name and her address on.
Giggity.
Nice.
Or you assume it's her address anyway.
Yeah.
Quick question. I know it's slightly retconning before the doors being locked and everything else. But obviously there's windows in the tower. When we were moving things out, would it have been possible to leave one of the windows slightly unlocked and slightly open without the orcs noticing?
It would, but you were... Yes, it would have been able to. Roll me a stealth check and we'll see.
Okay.
Do that.
12?
The male does not notice. The female looks up, sees you do it, and then like winks and looks away again.
Okay. Cool. That was
Okay.
it. That's all I wanted
So-
to do.
You guys managed to move all of the stuff to the correct places, the equipment to the jigging jester, and the qualish to the ship. The spirit sort of forms and watches what you're doing, but doesn't come to interact with you, sensing that you are just there to quickly store something. But you then make your way back to the jester. By this point, it is late afternoon.
Yeah.
Ladies, you've had a wonderful, relaxing bonding time in the onsen with wine and milk and juice for those who would prefer juice. It's been lovely and relaxing and warm, and Halis had to get over a bit of body issues and embarrassment, but eventually sort of loosened up, and you all had a good time. Eventually, Gunter came and kicked you all out so he could have his turn. But
You can all help
Xandal,
me pick an outfit.
Yep. Xandal, Val, and Rook, you all get back and get set up. What would everyone like to do now? Obviously,
was gonna-
Talia is choosing her outfit for her.
I was going to drag Vienna down there with me to help.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
What would anyone else like to do?
Before we make it back to the jester, am I able to buy the last 2 crystals that I need? The ones that have been put on hold.
You only needed one more crystal.
Oh,
if I
one
remember
more, yeah.
correctly. Yeah, you go to the Sapphire Docks, and he has the crystal waiting for you. Do you have the necessary 2,000 gold?
I do.
So, yep, you hand over the 2,000 gold, and he hands you the crystal and goes, thank you, Xandal. It's been wonderful doing business with you as usual.
Of course. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Please come back anytime you need anything.
I will. I appreciate it. Thank you. And take care of yourself.
And you as well.
Many thanks. And with that, Xandal just sort of like turns around and walks off.
Okay, so you now have the final gem for finishing off M's new body.
Yeah, so essentially, yeah, though he's been advised to sort of like go get cleaned up, no, he's just going to workshop,
Okay.
carry on working on M.
Yep. All right. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Val, are you doing anything in particular?
Not really. I think we got back to the jester, and Val's just going to be like sat at the table, just chilling out.
Okay. All right. So, Talia, you're getting ready for your date.
Right, Vienna, what can I wear? I want to like destroy his mind.
Okay, so
Well,
what
not
colour
destroy.
were you thinking?
I mean, I have black.
Yeah, black's too obvious. I think you should go daring.
Like
So,
what
I'm
colour?
thinking either purple or you can go really fiery, maybe some oranges and yellows.
I can't wear red, it'll blend in with my skin.
Exactly. So,
Oh, but then I'd look naked, but not be naked.
no, I think the red's too much. I'm thinking.
Too much?
Yeah,
I don't know whether oranges are really my colour.
purple.
Purple, you think? We could
Yeah.
wear. Yeah, it's like a mixture of our colours.
Exactly. There you go. And then
See
she
what you're
pulls out
doing.
all the purples and holds them up.
Do I even own any purple?
I would say you probably do. Gunter has probably stocked you a wardrobe. You know what he's like with shopping. Anytime he goes shopping and sees something, he probably buys it for you. So you've probably got a pretty well-stocked wardrobe. Although Vienna, you probably do find the more racy section of the wardrobe as well.
She just kind of looks and like shakes her head and just carries on.
Like cleavage or no cleavage?
Well, What are you
Do I want-
wanting?
Hmm,
Saucy or classy?
something in the middle, maybe.
Okay, maybe a little bit of cleavage. Maybe something with straps. So not over the top, but
That could work. Let's see. What have I got? What about this one? And she'll like hold a number with like I don't know. I can't think of
You-
anything.
You
Like
you
a-
tell me what you're wanting.
I don't know. Do you think spaghetti straps are too thin? I could wear a shawl, I suppose. That would make it a little less.
straps would work. I just want to make an adjustment though, and with that, Vienna pulls out a knife because the dress is like a pencil dress, but she cuts a slit down one of the legs.
Oh yeah,
Right.
show a bit of leg. I like your thinking. This is why I chose you.
There we go. That works.
Okay.
Shawl or no shawl though?
Start off with a shawl and see how the night goes.
Good plan. Accessories?
We're going full girly on
We're
this.
going girly. She doesn't get to be girly
Why
very
did I
often,
allow
so-
this?
She doesn't get to be girly very often, so
Vienna
like,
doesn't
leather
either, to be
fighting out.
honest. Yeah.
Ugh. I'll just bring a little bag so I can keep a dagger and some weapons with me or
Yeah.
something.
Oh, never
Just in
go
case,
out
you never know.
unarmed. Never go
True,
out
true.
unarmed. Maybe a little necklace.
Oh, I could wear my new necklace. Wait, did we find out whether it was cursed or not?
I have no idea.
You just know what it does. That's it.
No, I'll wear my the one that Gunther got her.
Yep.
In the was it the Frosted Feather Festival? The Raven.
Yeah.
Yeah,
the raven.
she'll wear that.
Okay.
And then she'll like do her hair in like a messy bun or something.
All right.
Put a little bit of makeup on and then she'll head over to Gunther.
Okay. You meet Gunter downstairs and you see him. He's there dressed and ready. He is wearing tight black leather pants, a purple silk shirt, which is undone down to like just above, like just the bottom of his ribs, showing off quite a lot of his toned chest. He's wearing the necklace you got him. And his hair is done up in a small ponytail at the back of his head. The shirt sleeves are rolled up, showing off most of his arms.
Rolled up
And-
sleeves. Fuck yes.
And he has completed it with a deep red cape, interior with black on the outside. And he turns around and goes, "Oh, mein Gott."
I have gone to say the same to you, darling. You're looking quite suave.
I did put some thought into the outfit. Shall we away for our hopefully moonlit cruise?
Yes.
He turns around and looks at Rook and goes, "Rook, take care of the bar." He turns and looks at the rest of you. The rest of you, I'd say behave, but you always do, you boring lot. Make sure Xandal doesn't stay locked up in his room too much, and someone make sure Halis has something to eat, yeah?
I'm sure Rook will take good care of her. Mother hen that he is.
You see by this, like, Halis is sat at the bar, and Rook has, like, produced from somewhere, like, parchment and a quill and ink, and is, like, she's sat writing, and she sort of looks up, and Rook looks up, and they, like, you can see he's, like, teaching her things, and he's like, "What? No, not mother hen."
You totally are, darling. In a good way, darling.
Gunter takes your arm, Talia, and walks with you through the darkening streets down to the Sapphire Docks. To, admittedly, it's not exactly a pleasure cruise boat.
No, it's like a soft, dead ship with tattered sails and everything else.
But at the same time, as you approach, the banisters on the edge all light up with little spots of like St. Elmo's fire, just giving it this lovely glow. And you see stood at the top the spirit, who takes off his hat and rakishly bows and goes, "Milady, your
Ah,
cruise awaits."
how did you know we were coming?
Well, I'm in tune with all of my crew. I need to know when you need me and what you need me for.
Right, well, Gunther, this is, yes, we haven't given you a name yet, have we? Well, the ship, we settled on a name for the ship.
Oh, wonderful!
The Misadventure.
The misadventure. You notice he'd been putting on a much posher voice, and suddenly he slips back into his normal one, and he's like, "Oh, I like that. Yes, very good name for a ship."
However, for you, I was thinking, would you like to name yourself? I mean, you're not an object to us, you're part of the team. You should have a name that you wish to be called by.
A name that I wish to be called by. Ah. How's about you call me Bosun?
Bosun! I like that.
That'll do.
What do you think? What do you think, Gunther?
Yeah, sounds like a very ship spirity name.
Right, well, I trust you'll be discreet, my darling.
Oh, don't worry. I will be your your butler and servant for the evening. I will merely make sure the ship goes quiet and nice places for you, and I will make sure that myself and the spirit crew are. And he clicks his fingers and vanishes, but you can still hear his voice, and you see rigging start to move and the gangplank coming up. We will be heard but not seen.
Wonderful. Right, Gunther, let's go and have a wander. I haven't actually had a proper explore of the ship yet. Let's go on a tour.
Yeah, sounds good to me. You guys spend a lovely evening as the ship circles. It doesn't ever leave the bay, but it avoids all the other ships and all the other sort of people and keeps away from the coast. But you have a lovely cruise around the bay, and you explore the various parts of the ship. It's very odd seeing this, like the rigging and the wheel move by itself, but at the same time, it's quiet. There's just the sound of the lapping of the waves, the blowing of the wind in the rigging, and just it's peaceful.
Oh, this is nice.
Yeah,
Don't get to relax very often.
I almost wish we'd bought like a picnic blanket. And as he says that, from up out of the hold, you see a picnic blanket floating up and then gets laid out on the deck at the front of the ship.
Like they read our minds.
Yeah, very good service. And he takes you over there and sits down with you at the bow of the ship, watching the stars go by. The moon, there was no moon the night before. There's a little sliver of a moon tonight, giving off just a little bit of light.
So, what did you get up to while we were in Riverrun?
Oh, not much really. Just the running of the jester, balancing the books, drinking, partying, avoiding.
Partying?
Well, obviously, I run a tavern, darling. I've got to get the mood going.
True.
Otherwise, people aren't going to buy the drinks.
How is business since we moved in?
Oh, it's booming. It's absolutely wonderful. You guys are a very good draw. I know Vilma says the same thing.
Yes. We're quite fortunate to find her little hidden treasures.
Yes, her prospects have certainly taken, a rise since Astar no longer is in charge and isn't putting the
Being
boot.
being an asshole.
He was putting the boot on a lot of the smaller businesses. But
Well, bigots are never a good person to be in charge.
Nine. That is why I helped Boras. And it was fortuitous for us that you and Armatae came along, and I don't think I could have life any other way now.
I could say the same. I'm glad I met you.
I'm glad I met you too. I never would have thought today that motley crew walked into my tavern that this is where I would end up.
You don't regret it?
Not in the slightest. Except perhaps that time where we ended up in that weird snow place. That was a bit
yeah.
weird.
Speaking of, you know how weird things keep happening to us?
Yeah.
Visited by something that at first I thought was death itself.
That's a bit scary.
He gave us stuff. He gave me this. And then she'll hold up the necklace.
He sort of takes it and looks at it and listens to it and goes, seems more like Xandal sort of things, but
Yeah, he was like trick or treat or whatever that means.
not something I've ever heard of.
No.
Well,
He gave Val it was a coin, but it was actually him making it try to kill him.
really? Was it stuck to his hand?
Yes, he couldn't put it down, and I told it off because I wore a little eye, and I was like, "Oh, you leave him alone." And then he just kept biting him. It was really fun. He killed it with his spade.
Well, it's a good thing he didn't, scratch his crotch whilst he was holding it.
They're just like
that
belly
could
laugh.
have been very awkward.
Right. Well, this is a nice evening.
It is. With a very nice company.
Indeed. Well, I don't want us to end, but we should probably head back at some point.
Oh, I think we have a bit of time before that. And at that point, he leans in and kisses you.
Oh.
And that is where we will leave that.
Yep. Chicken.
You want me to continue? You want?
No. This is YouTube. This is YouTube. Gotta be careful.
You will get monetized.
It's not YouTube, but it will be.
Welcome
get
to
demonetized.
Dyson Minix After Hours.
18 plus fee.
Sign up to our Only Dice.
Anyway, was there anything anyone else wanted to do?
Only dice. Love it. Only $5 a month for X-rated Armatae adventures.
Oh dear.
Oh god, no!
We may have started something.
I literally will need the site to exist. That's hilarious.
No.
Welcome every day.
Weekly fanfics.
Oh dear.
Don't put ideas in my
Oh,
head.
God.
Yes, continuing
All
on.
the loot you can want. Anyway.
Yes.
Serious again. Right.
Now that we've killed each other off.
Anything anyone else wants to do?
I suppose Vienna's just kind of relaxing for the night. But also keeping an eye out for a certain glowy-eyed, hooded fellow.
Okay. Alright. But other than that...
Yeah, she's just kind of chilling.
Yeah.
I think Val, just in passing at some point during the night, mentions to both Vienna and Xandal that we actually still have access to the tower. If we need it.
Okay.
To know.
Alright. And Xandal, I'm guessing you're wanting to roll a tinkering check?
Yes, please.
Oh, yep.
Gotta
Intelligence.
finish his girlfriend.
Not my
Intelligence plus
girlfriend.
proficiency.
Oh, that could be interesting.
No.
Jealousy between the orc and M. Oh, that'd be so funny. Awkward. Awkward.
Oh
Okay,
dear.
I'm using my
That's it, we're on one tonight.
Oh no.
I'm using my flash of genius as well to add a +3 to that.
Yep.
Normal. Roll. So that would be a 18, 19, 20, 21.
21. Okay. Over the course, the tools here in the workshop, plus the ones you brought, you notice actually some of the ones in this workshop are better than yours, or at least in better condition. They're definitely, obviously, because they're brand new. And it's very well stocked, actually. It's not got all the specialist tools that you would need, but obviously you've brought them with you. But you you've got to hand it to Gunter. He actually took the time to make this a proper workshop. And using that and the space available, you managed to finish Emily to the point where you now just have to transfer the actual consciousness. The actual body is now complete. The gems are inserted. Everything is ready to go.
Okay. Yeah. So he's going to ensure that gems are powering as normal, like it's generating energy, storing energy. He's just doing like the fine tuning, and then he's going to insert M.
Okay. All right. You pick up Emily, and she looks at you from her holographic display, and she just smiles and nods.
And yes, in she goes.
Okay. You find the slot that you had left at the back of the head, and you slide the chip in. The chip locks into place, and the little cover slides down, and the body gives a jerk. You see the eye light up, and within the chassis, the flashes of the arcane crystals beginning to move and whir. And then, after a moment, that's better. Hello, Xandal.
You're all going to die down here. It was a plan all along. She just kills us all.
I've just created Ultron. Whoops.
Oh, shit.
Hi. Shall we do a test run?
Yes. What would you like to test first?
Well, let's try basic mobility.
Very well.
That sounds
She
kinky.
She takes a couple of steps and moves her arms around and sort of tests things, and she goes, the body is functional. All actuators and limbs appear to be working at optimum proficiency.
Great.
Okay, and okay, let's let's attempt the shield.
Very well. Hang on, I'm looking for the shield notes on the thing.
Projects a shield that can be used to bolster an ally's defense to a creature within 5 feet of Emily, as long as the defended creature remains within 5 feet of Emily. They gain a +2 bonus to their AC until the start of Emily's next turn.
Amazing.
There we go. Yeah, the projected shield. Found it.
Yeah.
You watch as she raises a hand and it splits open slightly, and you see a gem pop out, and she aims at you, and then you see the shield pop into place around you.
Is Emma Warforged now?
No.
No.
No, she is a construct.
Yeah.
Shield appears to be holding, Xandal.
Wonderful. We should maybe move into the training room for the next two.
That's
parts?
not logical to me. We do not want to create any unnecessary damage to the building.
No. So heads into the training room.
Yep. Emily follows you. You would expect like this creation of metal, like when Hagar moves, it's clumpy and loud, and there's the clangs of metal. Emily, when she moves, is much more gentle, graceful, and silent. It's almost unnerving. And you notice there is a slight sway to the hips. You don't know whether that's something to do with the way you've built it, or whether Em is putting that in herself.
And the fact that those hip and thingy measurements are
very
They're
similar
designed
to
to
Talia and Vienna.
Yeah,
Because it's your only point of reference.
pretty much.
Emma at this point moves over to one of the targets and goes, initiating spark attack. And that same hand that had opened up and had the gem clenches into the floor, and you watch as from the wrist just lightning shoots over, and she just open hand back attacks the target. Yeah, and hits it, and there's just this flash of lightning as the target gets fried.
And the final. Well, there's 2 more checks. First one we can do here. The second one we may need to borrow a large pool of water.
I believe I
First,
heard that there is an onsen in the premises, Xandal.
I heard that too.
That would be a
Oh, this is
efficient
taking a
place.
turn.
That would be an efficient
Oh,
place
why?
for the testing.
Yeah. So first thing we shall do is test a magic nullification.
MNP ready. Please activate a magical effect to test the effectiveness.
Yeah, Xandal will he'll cast blur on himself.
Okay. So you begin to blur and your form distorts. Emily, her eyes light up brighter and the chest parts slightly, and you can see the internal gem and it's revolving. And then she goes, MNP activated, and there is just this woomph, and a wave passes out in a 20-foot radius around her. Just to double check, who is in their rooms?
Vienna.
Vienna? Okay.
I mean, how much
Anyone
time
else?
has passed? Because Val was down in the bar just
Are we
chilling,
back?
but
By this
if-
point, it's no. You would have, the boat would have got back, but you and Gunter at this point would probably be sort of
Distracted.
tidying yourselves off and making your way back to the jester.
if it's
Probably
like
to
9ish,
continue.
Val will be back to his room, and we'll probably be back in her room.
Okay. Yeah, because a 20-foot radius will reach most everyone's rooms. So, your blur effect immediately is cancelled, Xandal, and for anyone else in their rooms, any magic item or active magic effect you have on you stop working.
I'm trying to think if Vienna actually has anything that she would notice.
Are my sleeves a magic effect?
Yes. So if you have anything stored in your
So
sleeve,
all of a sudden I just dropped 2 swords.
yeah.
Did you just see what I posted in the chat?
Oh, blimey.
Oh my god!
Yeah. Yeah. So the 2 swords drop out. The book is now
Masterpiece.
just a book for the moment. Vienna, your anti-light cloak stops working for a second, but it's dark anyway, so it doesn't really do anything.
Is the vault
Don't
within
notice.
reach?
The vault is not within reach. No,
Okay.
that is much further than 20 feet
Good.
away, and this is only a negation effect. It's not a complete cancelling. It will stop working. But for a minute, anything you have on you that you may have been using, for example, Val, if you went into the music room, it wouldn't be working
Okay.
currently. Things like
Probably
that.
maybe notice that my gauntlet's a bit funny, but
Yeah, your gauntlet becomes a lot heavier, and you're suddenly what?
I must
It's
have
a
been
lot harder to
tired.
move your
Yeah.
fingers in it. But a minute
Wonderful.
later, the pulse ends, and Emily goes, "No noticeable effects on internal systems. Everything is working as we theorized, Xandal."
Your mobility seems to have stopped, but other than that, I think we can probably protect you while that is in effect anyway. Right, to the onsen. Let's test your swimming capabilities.
Very well. And she comes with you down to the onsen. she walks into the water up until waist height and goes, activating fin. And you hear the chunk as her legs slam together. And then she just sort of dives into the water, and you can see her swimming around the onsen, going, everything appears to be working nominally. Going back to legs now. And you hear the clicking and whirring as her legs reform, and she just walks out of the onsen, water dripping off of the metal. Everything is functional.
Perfect.
It's so hot.
It's at this point probably, Talia, you and Gunther get back to the jester, and you can see, as you're coming up to the rooms, you can see Xandal stood in the onsen doorway, but you can't see past him at the moment.
Xandal, what are you doing in the onsen?
Testing something.
At that point, you see a hand go on the door, and then a figure walk around it, and you see this
Holy shit.
metallic construction.
Gunther, look at that!
Oh, hello, Talia. It's nice to finally meet you properly.
Who's this?
It's me, M.
And that's you?
Yes.
Xandal, you really did build a girlfriend.
What do you mean? I did
Look
not.
That woman!
As you say girlfriend, M's like metallic hands go to her cheeks, and she does that proper like. I don't think I understand enough about biological relationships to know whether I could be considered Xandal's girlfriend.
Gunther, she's really hot.
Gunther's just like, I'm not really sure how to feel about this. He leads it to you and goes, is it weird that I have a boner?
Someone's discovered a new fetish.
No, I think I have one too. I mean, what?
Lady boner!
Lady boner!
Well,
Hang on a
Xandal,
minute. Her boobs look very familiar.
it's at this point Gunther shadow steps over and cups M.
What are you doing?
He then M immediately like charges a spark, and Gunther immediately flees, comes back to you, Talia, and cups you as well.
Gunther! Not out of sight of the bedroom.
Yeah, those are identical.
Which means the hips must be... Oh my god, we have to tell Vienna. And she's gonna run off and go and try and grab Vienna.
Gunther's just gonna look at you, Xandal, and go, nice job. And just give you a thumbs up.
She's designed
Emily's
with
just
nominal mobility in mind.
Yeah, I bet she is.
Emily just looks at you, Xandal, and goes, I don't understand what's happening.
I don't understand either.
Is this some form of friendship ritual?
Yes.
Yeah, it is.
Vienna, quick, you got to see this.
Okay. She
Look.
gets up, follows Talia, and see what's all the fuss is about.
Look at them. He built her.
Hello, Vienna.
Hello.
He has my boobs, which means she has your hips.
She looks at the hips and goes, oh yeah, my bum really is that big, isn't it?
Hey, there's nothing wrong with your ass.
Wait, what on earth?
What? I didn't say anything. Gunther,
what
let's
is
go.
that?
Gunther goes, Jawohl! And quickly grabs you and runs into his room.
Vienna has a habit of, as much as she can joke around about these things, she will snap into seriousness and go, okay, Xandal, this one's a new one, even to me.
This is M. I promised her the ability to move around of her own free will. She has that choice.
Vienna then looks at M and says, do you still have your memories that you had before? Or are they dwindling at all?
All of my current memory banks are secure.
I remember you saying they were distorted before.
Yes, the corrupted sections are still corrupted. Sorry.
Would it be better, Xandal, if you were to remove the corrupted files? I say files. Corrupted memories?
The issue is it's working with technology I have little understanding of. I have
Indeed.
a lot of research to do. I have all my notes taken from the knowledge tower thing where the
The
Sphinx
Jaded
were.
Library.
Yeah. Which I have still got to reverse calculate.
Well, I wish you the
Figure
best
out.
of luck.
Thank
And with
you.
that, Vienna holds out a hand to shake M's hand. Well, it's nice to actually meet you in a more physical form, I guess.
M takes your hand and goes, handshake, a sign of friendship. Normally followed by a hug, and she pulls you in and gives you a hug.
Breaks her back. That's a little too tight.
You expect it to be tight, but it's actually very gentle.
Okay, yeah, I'm pleased. Hugging isn't usually one of Drow's forms, but I'll accept it. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, I do not understand Drow culture. Perhaps you can fill me in sometime.
I'm sure there'll be a
totally
time to do
should.
that. Yeah. You had to go there.
For now,
Everything is dirty to me tonight. I don't know why.
For now, I believe that Xandal has tired himself out by building the rest of my body and making sure that I was installed correctly. I should probably make sure he gets some rest. Come, Xandal. Where is your bedroom?
And that's an actual Vienna, like.
Rest in quotation marks. Oh, gosh.
Very good. I'll go find and maybe. No, I won't find Talia and Gunter. That conversation's going to be.
Yeah,
difficult.
you
So I'm
can
going
already
to go to my
hear
room.
from Talia and Gunter's room sounds that you probably don't want to hear.
I'm going to go back to my room where it was nice and peaceful.
Emily escorts you to your room, Xandal, and helps you get ready for bed, despite your protestations. And then she stands in the corner and goes, I will go into a minor shutdown mode to run internal diagnostics, Xandal. For the meantime, sleep well. And then her visor dims.
Yes.
Oh my day, that's hilarious.
But Halis is asleep in her own room. The tavern downstairs slowly dwindles, and revelers leave. You guys are free to go to your rests.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Oh, rest.
fun.
However,
Oh,
no.
no.
Oh, no.
Here we go.
Doing so well.
Everybody make a perception check.
no,
Assassins!
there's going to be no perception checks here, unfortunately.
Oh, fuck.
Oh.
So, would Hagar be in your room with you, Xandal, as well?
Yeah, I think Hagar would be in mine, Domiat likely in Halisa's.
Okay, so Domiat wouldn't be on the map. Val would be in his room. Vienna in her room. Gunter and...
I really don't want to die in my sleep again, if possible.
Talia.
Yeah, I was gonna say, this is the bloody space.
That's getting deja vu.
Anyone get that feeling of deja vu?
Right.
Even though Vienna wasn't there, it was
No,
Rowan
she
at the
wasn't.
time.
It was Rowan, yeah.
Vienna,
Oh god.
Oh, fuck.
as you are meditating, yeah, these guys are going to get a surprise round on you. Sorry.
Oh, fucking hell, this really is it.
It's Vienna that's going to die.
No, because you're meditating, it's passive perception. So you haven't heard these guys enter, but you do hear the tiny tinkle of something breaking, which would snap you out of your meditation. But then everything around you is deathly silent, and stood in front of you are three forms in cloaks with glowing eyes, and each of them is holding a short sword, and they are all about to swing at you.
Okay, I'm not going to have anything because I'm meditating. I'll assume I've still got my gauntlet on, but I would not have any of my weapons on me, would I?
No, and as you're meditating, you would probably still be wearing your armor because you don't have to take that off to rest, unlike other
No.
people. You just have to meditate.
Okay.
Fine. So I'm going to move us to the map.
Oh snap! I'm assuming by you saying silent.
Make these guys
Sound
visible.
good. Oh no, it's the same fucking map!
Yep. And these guys would actually be here.
Oh
So
shit.
each of
Here
these
we go
guys
again.
is going to get well, I'm gonna roll initiative
Hey, that's
first.
not rude.
Yeah.
I've just put you guys in random rooms
Hey,
for now.
we're
I
up
can't.
this room.
Oh, fine, I'll move you then. Goodness sake, you
Oh.
and Gunther rush to a different room.
Ah!
Okay, so currently it's just Vienna and these creatures in the initiative order, please. So if Vienna, if you could roll initiative for me.
Yeah.
I mean, they're getting a surprise round anyway, but... So it's them first. So they're going to make 2 short sword attacks each. That is a 10 to hit and an 8 to hit from the first one.
Nope.
The next one, a 13 to hit and a 17 to hit.
All the dice.
13 doesn't, 17 does.
Okay, so you take 5 piercing damage from that one. And the last one makes his 2 short sword attacks. That is, that's much better. A 21 to hit and a 19 to hit.
Well, yes, they hit.
So from those 2, you take 14 piercing damage from those 2.
Okay.
Okay, it is now their turn again because of
The
Surprise
surprise
round
round.
initiative.
Yay.
Yeah.
Yep. So 2 short sword strikes from one of them. That's a nat 1 on one and an 11 to hit on the other. So neither of those hit. Next one, another nat 1. I'm getting rid of that dice.
Okay, you keep hold of that dice.
Yeah, you keep
23
rolling that one.
23 to hit on the other one though. So
Yeah,
you take
No, throw that one out and
you
keep the
take
one that rolls that one.
5 piercing damage from that. And then last one with his 2 short sword swipes. That is 2 15s to hit.
I can't remember what my armor class is with the armor on. I think it's 16, isn't it?
I think it is, yeah. So
Yeah.
that one doesn't hit. So you're these flurry of sword strikes coming in, and it is completely silent. Like you're watching these like clash against your armor and hit the
I was going
bedpost,
to
and it
say
should
the
be
one
making.
that hit. Can I hellish rebuke it?
You may. Hellish rebuke doesn't require verbal components, does it? Check.
If it's a
verbal,
racial
Yes.
or
verbal
No, I
somatic.
can't. Okay.
So you can't. No, it's completely
Yeah.
silent. There is no sound happening.
Oh.
Oh,
So I can't
fuck.
even speak
As
to them.
you go to speak, your mouth's moving, but nothing is coming out.
Means you can't call for help either.
Would
No.
You can see at the feet of one of
Unless you
these
get out of the room.
creatures, there is like a broken, like looks like a glass bottle that looked to have like a sewn up, like a little sewn doll with its mouth sewn shut in it.
You know what's really annoying, everybody? All of my spells are verbal. Every single one of them.
Would
That's why you
Ert
should
have
always
heard
have a
the
mixer, I
smash
think.
glass?
No.
The window.
It wasn't a like a loud
silenced,
smash.
so-
It was a tiny
yeah.
little tinkle. They literally just dropped a bottle. That was it. It wasn't like smashing a window or like really loud smash. It was just like literally they were holding it like chest height and dropped a bottle. That was it. same sort of sound as you would maybe hear from downstairs in the bar. It's not a weird noise. So yeah, Vienna, it's your turn.
Okay, I can't find if it's verbal or not. But
What is it?
Pact of the Blade.
No, that is not verbal. To create
So-
your pact weapon.
I am going to create my Pact weapon.
Yep.
And attack with it.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
If I remember how to do that, because it's been a long time since I've used it.
The pointy end in the other guy.
Rapier, that's the one, isn't it? It's my rapier.
Yes, you normally create a rapier.
Oh. Oh, that was the
Yeah.
damage.
That was the
That's
damage,
not
yeah.
Not the
Help.
d20. If you click it, it should be the not the damage. You want to hit the hit DC
No.
button.
Hit DC.
That'll be should roll you to see whether you hit or not, and then you do damage multiplier to get the other button.
Let's try that
Thick.
one. There we go.
There you go.
Got
20
there
to
in the
hit.
end.
Nice. There you
Who
go.
does hit? Which one were you aiming for?
Probably the middle one. This one.
Middle one. Okay, so you do 9 damage to him. You watch as the blade sinks in and his mouth opens in a gasp. But again, no sound comes out. And you watch as a very familiar, luminous, yellow-orange blood soaks onto your rapier.
Right.
Okay. Anything else? Any movement or bonus action?
I'm probably going to move towards this glass bottle and towards this. Did you say it was a doll with its?
The glass bottle is literally at your feet there. There is like a little doll there.
Right, I'm going to grab the doll
Okay, you pick
and
up the
open
doll
its
and
mouth.
okay. Are you going to use your rapier to do that?
Yeah, well, it depends. Whatever's easiest and quickest to do for Vienna.
Okay, so you quickly just run the edge of your rapier along the stitching and the doll's mouth opens up. The silence vanishes, but instead, I'm going to need you, Vienna. I'm going to need Urt, and each of these creatures here to all make con saves, please, as a
Okay.
screech, like a banshee scream, just comes out of this doll.
Nat 20.
Urt's fine. Urt's absolutely
Nice
fine.
one,
What Constitution saving throw was it?
Yeah, Constitution save. 1 fails, 2 save. That is a fail. So, Vienna, you take 16 points of necrotic damage.
Would
Urt
Val and
takes.
Gunther have heard that?
Yeah,
Were they
everyone's
in
heard.
for as well?
Everyone hears the scream. The scream now wakes everyone up. But so 2 of these only take 8 because they passed the save. And the other one takes the full 16. Okay. But yeah, so the silence has now ended. You can hear and
Good.
everything again. And everyone else, you jerk awake, hearing
I'd be like,
this
what the
scream.
fuck is that?
Gunter goes, the hell? I haven't heard a scream like that since...
It came from Vienna's room.
well, at this point, everyone
and
needs
that
to roll me...
horrible. Initiative.
Yep, everyone
Yeah.
needs to roll me initiative, please.
Panic, like, where's my initiative button? Where is it? Ah! Oh, nice. 30. But we all roll below the fucking guys. Oh my god. So
But true to
higher.
form again. Look where Vienna's landed. Normality again.
Oh, Vienna.
Alright.
Right at the bottom.
Blossom, yep, 9. And I need to roll for Gunter.
Yay!
I
Got
need
to
to get
survive
get his character sheet up. Hang on. NPCs, there it is. Gunter. Just let it open up. I was not expecting him to be part of this combat, if I'm perfectly honest.
You were literally the one controlling everything. How could you not?
Yeah, but I thought the silence would last longer.
Fiona's too smart for that.
Okay. There we go. Right. So back to the top of the round then. It's these guys' turn again. Seeing you do that to the puppet, and as the puppet finishes screaming, it just bursts into flame in your hand and
Oh, nice.
burns in a green flame.
Throw it
It
at their
doesn't hurt.
faces.
Doesn't hurt you. It just like instantly burns to ash.
Okay.
One of them is going to attempt to grapple you, Vienna. So
Right.
it's athletics check versus your athletics or acrobatics.
Can I pick?
You can pick. Yep. You choose which one you
Athletics.
prefer. Yep, you beat it. It tries to sort of grab you and restrain you, but you just push it off. The next one is just going to go for 2 short sword stabs. One of those is a nat 1 again. The other one is a 19 to hit.
That hits.
So you take 4 piercing damage. The last one moves its hands and mutters in a strange language, and is going to cast Darkness,
Oh, fuck.
which is a... What's the radius on Darkness?
It's at 15 feet?
15-foot radius, yep. There we go. So that area around that creature is now shrouded in magical darkness. Okay, that is the end of their turns. Gunter's turn. Gunter is going to
Get him.
go running out of the room. Gunter, by the way, is wearing basically just his breeches, has grabbed his staff. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. He gets to here where the darkness is. He plunges into it. Just want to check. I don't think he can see through magical darkness.
You sure he probably can't, even as a way of Shadow Monk.
No, not even at the level.
Yeah, shadow monks can't see in magical darkness, which is dopey.
He does get there, and he fumbles for the door and tries to open it, and it is locked. So he is going to attempt a strength check to try and break open the door. Nat 20. You hear the door break, Vienna, and you hear someone stumble into the room, and you hear Gunter go, Vienna, what's happening? What's going on?
I'm being attacked, and I'm hurt.
Oh, well, I kind of figured that from the screeching, but okay, I don't know what else I can do. I can't see. That is the end of Gunter's turn. Ert's turn.
Okay, so can
Again,
move.
bear in mind, everyone's been asleep. So anyone who has to actually sleep, you are not wearing armor. You are not currently holding your weapons.
Okay, so would it be an action for Ert to pick up her weapon, or would that be...
It's a free action to pick up the weapon, but if you want to put on armor, that's going to take time.
She's going to just pick up her weapon, and she's going to move to, like, here. Notice that there's like some kind of darkness thing going on. But she's going to cast Hallow.
Hallow.
At 5th level. Now, Hallow has a couple of effects. Not only... but Celestials, Elementals, Fae, Fiends, and Undead can't enter the area, nor can such creatures charm, frighten, or possess creatures within it. She is going to cast the extra effect of Daylight. Bright light fills the area. Magical darkness created by spells of a lower level than the slot you used to cast the spell can't extinguish the light, and it's up to 60 foot. So that will extinguish the magical darkness.
All right.
Boy!
Wow.
So,
Okay.
Where the fuck pull that from?
Every session, I change her spells to one that I haven't used before, and it's just so happened that this one's come out like fucking clutch. There's about 8 different effects for Hallow, and I'm like, Hells yeah.
Depends on what level
Uh,
of trust.
Can I check? Do you have herbs, oils, and incense worth at least 1,000 gold pieces?
Ha! Got you there, shit.
Herbs, oils, and incense. Right.
Yep, that's the material
You didn't
component
check the
the spell
components. Yeah.
consumes.
1,000. Oh, worth
1,000
1,000
gold
gold.
pieces worth.
I guess I
If you-
don't.
You have a component pouch?
I have a component pouch and I have the herby spicy pouch.
Yeah, but you do not have 1,000 gold pieces worth.
Okay, negate that. I thought I didn't
Yep.
read that properly. In that
Yeah, no,
case,
sorry, if it had just
I
been
take
a
it
normal
if you
material
have that
gold,
kind of gold on you in a component pouch, that doesn't count.
you have to have told me you buy those components. It's the same
No,
as
I
doing
meant like
hero
whether you
sleep.
could have, because a component pouch replaces things, and
No, it
because he had the
doesn't.
gold, I didn't know whether
No,
that.
components
yeah,
pouch
okay.
does not automatically replace things. If it says it consumes something, you have to replace it.
Oh yeah, it does say which the spell consumes. Okay.
Wah,
Wah, wah, wah.
oh well.
Good
Okay.
try. That would have really screwed all of this over. But
DM with secret evil laugh inside.
I
You
was
had me,
trying.
bitch.
In that case, Mace of Radiance. Turn
Yep.
on my light.
yep, does nothing.
Aw.
Does it?
Nope. It's not. It doesn't get rid of magical darkness. Magical darkness snuffs any light.
Oh, okay.
Unless the
Darkness is
item
a bitch.
specifies it fights darkness, it's going to keep going. But you've lit up the mace. It's lit.
Someone has
but
to
you
spell
can't see it.
magic.
I do have Dispel Magic as well, but I went down the wrong route.
Oh well, next turn.
I'm turning my light on. Is that an actual action? Because it's a one word to turn the light on.
No, that would be a free action.
So
And
I
it
could
wouldn't
dispel
stop
magic.
darkness.
You can attempt to dispel magic. Yes.
Okay. 5th level dispel magic.
Okay.
120 foot.
The problem is you don't know where you are dispelling towards. There is a source of this darkness.
I can choose a magical effect within range to target.
Yep. 3rd level or lower. Let me check what level darkness is. Yep, darkness is gone. The dispel magic ripples out, and the darkness fades.
Okay. See, it's good. It's got some good stuff.
Thank goodness.
And now Gunter suddenly sees these things and like, aha!
And that's hang on. That's the end of Ert's turn, I think.
Okay, Talia, it's your turn.
To the door, and then I'm gonna rapier lunge at this motherfucker here.
Okay, go ahead. That's a dexterity saving throw, isn't it?
DC 12.
C12. Okay.
Oh, they don't get knocked back if.
He
On
rolled
failure,
an
they get knocked back.
He rolled an 11, so he gets knocked back into
So
his
he's going to
friend.
get knocked back as well, and unfortunately, that's probably going to. I'm hitting this one. That'll be 5 feet this side, so I should miss Gunter and should only hit him.
Yep.
Sweet. If I hit, and I don't because I rolled. Oh, that's not the d20. I was looking at the wrong dice.
17 does hit.
Yay! I'll just pump everything in there. So piercing, lightning.
You don't get the sneak attack. Actually, you would, because he's within 5 feet of Vienna, so
Yeah.
that is
So everything, the lightning, the sneak.
25 damage. Yikes.
And he gets knocked back.
Yeah, but he basically gets
Oh.
just stumbles into his friend, and they both get knocked prone
Yes!
for the moment.
Leave my
Go.
friend alone, you little bitches. Actually, I would probably have moved forward one because I lunged.
Okay. End of your turn.
Oh, as a bonus action, I have this guy disadvantage with Sea Fate.
Okay. So he is now at disadvantage due to Sea Fate.
Oh, wait. I use Sneak Attack, which is my bonus action, so I...
No, it's not.
Wait. No?
No.
Oh, not count with the... Okay, cool. Yep, that's my turn.
it-
Just making sure.
You're both. If an ally is within thing, you just get sneak attack automatically. It's not.
Oh,
a
right, so I
bonus.
didn't use my bonus action. Okay, cool.
No.
Yes, then that
Okay.
is my turn.
Xandal, it's your turn.
Thought you went in a room, baby.
Sorry, my thingy just went quiet. Disregarding his armor, Xandal's going to grab his tools. I'm assuming that both Haga and have awoken, seeing as neither of them can
Immediately
be
awakens and goes.
seeing as neither
"What
of them
was
can
that?"
be surprised. Yeah,
Perfect time to test her out.
pretty much. So 5, 10, 15,
Oh, except your halflings
20,
can't get as far.
25. Nope. So
You can bonus
from
action dash.
No. Action
Oh,
dash.
no.
He's not a
You can't.
rogue.
Yeah,
yeah,
I forget. Not everyone can
What-
do that.
what can I see through the open door from here?
From there, you can see Talia. That's about it. And Talia is probably in a state of dishabille.
The
Oh,
shell.
God.
Oh, yeah, because she went
Yeah,
on
probably.
a date, so
She's
she's not in her
probably-
armor either. Yeah.
She's probably actually holding her rapier and wearing one of Gunter's shirts, and that's probably it.
Fair enough. Yeah,
So
Xandal.
you can see her tail swaying.
Yeah. No more.
You love it.
Xandal's going to
so-
need therapy at this rate.
Yeah, he's gonna have to sort of like dash to sort of like get into a better line of sight.
Mhm.
So from there, maybe.
Yep.
Still
Yeah, from
keeping
there
his
you would have a
movement.
better.
What do I have? What do I have? Not a grand deal. So, yeah. Bonus action to order Haga 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40.
Mhm.
And then 5 action, 10. Would he be able to squeeze past Talia into the room to get next to Vienna?
Yes.
I
he
wouldn't
should
say
be
I'm.
able.
I'm not blocking the door. I'm just
Yeah, she's
a
not
long
blocking
ways
the
in,
door.
so you should be able to squeeze past.
Yeah, you might not be blocking the door, but he stands like a bleeding mountain. So, yeah.
Oh, Haga. Sorry, I thought you meant you.
Yeah. No. I am not getting between them legs.
Woo! Hey, as long as you don't look up, you won't be traumatized too much.
Yeah, so Hager's dashed into there, and it is up to you to control M.
It is. M is going to. What's her speed again? Let me just double check. It's 30 feet outside of water. So M is going to go 5, 10, 15, 30, get to there. And then is going to use her action to dash 5, 20, 25, 30, get in there. She doesn't have any bonus actions, so
No.
that is her turn.
Okay.
Okay, so next up, Blossom.
So is anyone blocking the door at the minute?
Everyone.
No one is blocking the door, but
No one's-
the actual doorway is clear.
yeah.
There's not many places to stand past the door, but no one is blocking the door.
It's kind of frustrating as I was hoping no one would be stood next to me when it came to my turn, but I'll read
You
it.
get big robot.
Yeah.
Oh snap! Hey, you want us to not back you up? Like, come on.
I was going to self-destruct, but it's fine. I'll think of another plan.
Self-destruct. What are you, a Voltorb?
She's a Geodude.
Yeah, dude.
Other strange pocket monsters are available.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, Blossom, it's your turn.
I believe if I use my feline agility, can I get onto that table?
Feline agility.
That's a
doubles
mat,
your movement.
isn't it?
Oh, is it a map?
That is a mat, yeah, that's a
Oh,
mat.
fair enough. I thought it was a table. Fair enough.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30,
I think I can get to about there.
50, 55, 60 gets you to the door. And you have 40 movement
I've got
speed,
40,
isn't it?
yeah, so
Yeah,
80.
so yeah, easily with feline
Yeah.
agility.
I won't have put my armour on, so I'll be risking that, but... just stab the guy in front of me, I guess.
Okay, he
He's
is prone,
on
so
the
you have advantage.
Floor. Sure.
Oh, I need to be on the right bit. That what the 20 hits and the 16 also hits.
That's just the first attack. Second is either way.
All right. The fifth. Yep, both hit.
Yep. For 9 and 15.
15. Yikes. That is 24 points of damage. Ouch. Okay. Guys are starting to look hurt. At the end of your turn, Blossom.
Yep.
Val, it's your turn.
Okay, so we are going to full movement and action to dash. Oh, let me grab my token. To here. I assume I can see through the door, right?
Yes.
Okay, well, I'm going to Misty Step. That puts me
Okay.
there. And that's my turn.
All right. Okay. Vienna, it's your turn.
First of all, I'm going to look at them and say, "Who sent you? Why are you trying to kill me?"
You have something that you shouldn't.
Now I know who you are. With that, I'll change what I was originally planning, but I'm going to cast Blight on this one.
Okay. What save is that? Con, isn't it, for a blight spell?
Constitution.
Yep.
Does he have disadvantage on everything or just his attack
Yep.
rolls?
Disadvantage on everything.
Was it
That is
affected?
a 4.
Never mind.
So,
45 necrotic.
yeah. Ouch.
Spicy.
That one, you watch as this black, like, mist comes out of Vienna's hand, and this creature breathes it in, and the visible bit of grey skin you can see around its yellow eyes just immediately begins to decay and rot, and it just chokes out a final breath. But then, as it does so, you watch as its body begins to glow brighter and brighter and brighter. I need everyone.
Oh no.
Hang on, let me check how
Oh.
many people this will affect.
They're necrotic.
How many
aren't they?
feet?
I need Hagar, Vienna, Valdizian, Blossom, and admittedly the 2 on the floor to all make Constitution saving throws, please.
Me and Emma are out of range?
You are out of range. It's only a 10-foot radius.
Is that okay as well?
Yep, it's fine as well. One of those fails, one passes.
Con save is that.
Con save. Val, you fail.
I thought
Vienna,
it'd be a
you
dexterity
pass.
save to get out of the way, but...
Not awful.
Blossom, you pass as well. So, Val, you take 5 radiant damage.
Okay.
Vienna, you take 2 radiant damage. Blossom, you take 2 radiant damage. Val, you are blinded until the end of your next turn.
That's fine.
I would find a thing to show that, but I can't because the thing is off the blooming screen. Oh, that's better. Actually, hang on. I might be able to do it now. Nope, it's been annoying. And then this guy takes 5 radiant damage and is blinded until the end of his turn. There we go. And this guy only takes 2 radiant damage. Okay. As you watch as this creature's body just immediately flashes in a blast of light, and then once it's gone, all that's left is a pile of ash. Any movement or bonus action, Vienna?
No, I'm going to stay put.
Okay. it's the creature's turns. This one is going to get up, as is this one, although this one's stumbling around blind. They're both going to look around at the situation they're in. This one reaches into a pocket, pulls out another bottle, within which you can see what looks like a jagged piece of like sparking black metal, and he is going to throw it at the ground.
Placement jutsu.
No, not quite. So 15-foot cube around him. So 5, 10, 15. So yeah, everyone in that room with him, including his friend, is out of the range, needs to make me a Constitution saving throw, please.
Fuck.
Fail,
8.
pass,
No.
fail, fail,
Fuck.
fail. I need to make one for Gunter.
Do you want me to roll it?
I take it. I can't have moved to
Yeah,
fate onto
roll for
myself to give myself advantage, could I?
No, sorry. Gunter passes.
Just because the person I had to cast it on died.
Yeah, M passes. Okay, so this is. Where are my D8s?
No, not the 8s.
Yes,
That
D8s.
was a
No.
contained thunder wave, by the looks of it.
Stratosphere or something, maybe?
So everyone who failed, you take 13 thunder damage.
What was the
sorry.
pass
And
mark?
are knocked 10 feet back away from the creature. So
Okay, what was the pass mark?
it was a 15.
Okay.
Yep.
You say away from the creatures, I would have to go
15.
through the creatures.
One more square.
No, away from this creature.
Would I be slammed
this
against
one
the wall?
is-
Yeah,
I
5,
need
10.
to. Yeah, you'd get slammed against the wall and maybe take some more damage.
Okay.
I got
His
run out the
friend
door.
failed and actually bursts into the light again in a second as he dies.
Sorry, what was the damage?
15.
Okay.
Xandal just got an eyeful.
Yeah. She comes flying ass over tea kettle past you.
Oh, God.
Well, not past him, but in front of
Towards
him.
you.
He
takes
take. Sorry, she
7.
took 8, didn't she?
No, 7.
Okay.
And Blossom. Yeah, Blossom, you take the full 15 and are knocked back 10 feet.
Into a ball, pretty much.
Yep. And like I say, this guy is gone. I'm just going to move him there so I can change his thing. But that means Val and Vienna, this guy here, all need to make me con saves as his body burns up.
Yeah.
That guy saves.
Fuck's
I knew
sake.
my
Oh,
luck would,
that was
save.
fine.
Hey, no, you're fine.
Vienna,
You're fine.
Vienna, you fail. So Vienna, you take 5 radiant damage. Val, you only take 2. This guy only takes 2. And then this guy is going to run to the window, which is here, and is going to jump out of it.
Does M get an attack of opportunity?
Where
She's
did
right
I
next to
get
him.
knocked? Did I get knocked
you
closer
just
to
got
the
knocked-
window?
You got knocked basically into the wall where you are. This guy banged into you and turned into a flash fire in front of you.
Okay, did I
You
take
are
any
also-
extra damage?
Does M
you-
get an attack of opportunity? She's
2
within 5
radiant
feet
damage.
of him.
2.
And Vienna, you are blinded as
Right.
well for the next turn. Yes, M would get an opportunity attack. I will do that now. Where's her spark ability? Spark. No, she does not hit, unfortunately. So this guy just jumps out that window with a smash, and you watch as he falls towards the floor. It is
Quite high
up. Yep.
He gets
Fall
himself
damage.
killed falling out. It's okay.
Yep. Takes 10 points of falling damage. Still okay. And he gets up and uses the rest of his movement to start running away, but he doesn't get far because it was his action to use that bottle. It was 5, 10 feet to the window. We had another 20 feet. Gunter's turn. Gunter goes, oh no, and
Not in my house, not again.
You watch as he steps into a shadow and vanishes. He's going to reappear outside, and is going to use his shadow staff. Hits, misses. Flurry of blows. Hits with one. Hits with another. And that is d8s for all three. +4. Yeah. You outside, you just hear funk, 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 and a flash of light as the other one fades and vanishes, and Gunter shadow steps back into the room, rubbing his eyes. So, that was interesting.
Those flipping hags.
Familial just run back in. Well, I've never fought in a shirt before. Vienna, what the hell?
Val looks down
Why
at
would you-
himself. He sleeps naked. So he quickly cups his
Gunter
crown jewels.
immediately looks over and goes, "Oh."
Val!
Emily just cocks her head and goes, "Is that the normal anatomical size for a dragonborn?"
Yes, for my age.
Interesting.
He's a grower, not a shower.
I shall catalogue that for future reference.
Why would you need to know that, Em? Oh.
Yeah, Vienna's just frustrated, really.
Vienna, come on, explain.
The hags. They were sent
What
by
about the
hag.
hags?
I took the orb, didn't I? They know. They still think I have it.
But we don't have it anymore.
I've tried to tell them that. They don't believe me.
Well, figures they wouldn't believe you. Oh, God. Trouble always seems to find us. Well,
I need to
this is
find
what you
that
get
orb.
for having sticky fingers, Vienna. I know, rich coming from me. I know.
It's not so much sticky fingers. I didn't want the hags to have it back, but it looks like I'm going to have to. Do you think the ship?
At this point, Halis's door pops open and she pops her head out and goes, is everything okay?
Go back to bed, Halis. It's fine.
She catches
Just
a
a little-
glimpse of you in just a shirt, Gunter in just his breeches, Val cupping himself, everyone else in
Vienna's the
various,
only one who's dressed.
various other people
Xandal's
that take
pretty
Blossom's
much
just
fully
not out of
dressed.
here.
He's literally just
and he
taken off
just
his
goes
armour.
bright red
Actually-
and slams the door.
Blossom's just
Yeah.
leaving. He's like, I'm not here.
Xandal's pretty much done the same. Yeah, no, Xandal's fully dressed. He's just taken off his armour.
Yeah, Blossom's like, see it.
Nothing to see here, Halis. Nothing to see here. It's fine. Go back to bed.
Yeah, he's pretty much shoved her back in her room. He's like, nope.
And Val,
Emily at this point goes, well, good night, and goes back to Xandal's room.
Val, having gone slightly red, just sighs and just goes, "Oh, what's the point at this moment?" And just let's go, and just carries on walking towards his room, just fully.
As you walk past Gunter, he slaps your ass.
And Talia slaps his upper cheek.
and carries on walking to his room.
It's like, why? Why do I adventure with these people?
Vienna turns to Talia and Gunter and says, I'm going to use that ship. I need to find that orb.
Yes. Oh,
It's-
God. It was near the straits. Was it? No, not near the straits.
At this point,
Yes, near the straits.
Vienna,
Mm.
you hear a voice in your head.
Okay.
So the people we sent failed. Next time we'll send something with a bit more oomph.
In which case, she says, hold them back. I'm going to find the bloody thing for you. I've lost it, but I'll find it.
We do not believe you.
Well, you're going to
We
have
will
to.
keep our people coming until we get our orb.
Good luck, bitch.
With that, Vienna kind of looks to Talia and says, "Look, I don't trust many people, but I'm beginning to trust you, so I will tell you the hags have been talking in my mind.
Right.
They
She
said,
got narrow eyes and suspicion, like...
yeah,
Vienna, you would recognize the sending spell from the times you've seen use it.
mm,
So you know that's what it is. They're not in your mind. They're not reading your mind. They are literally just sending you messages.
sending me messages, yeah.
It'd be helpful if they did read your mind, because then they'd know you didn't have it.
Well, yeah, that's true. So, yeah, they're sending me little messages.
Right, slight problem here, right?
Okay.
Did you speak out loud when you said that you would find it?
I guess she would.
So, even if we find it, you don't want them to have it. Even if we find it and destroy it, they're still going to think you have it.
I'm going to hand the thing back to them. I don't want them to have it, but it's better than having to go through this.
I suppose the only other... the only other thing is to kill them, but that's not simple with hags.
I'd prefer
Think
to
of it
kill
as-
them, but
So would I, but it's a risky move.
so my
Actually, we
first
don't know what type of hags they are.
thought, let's get that orb back.
What does the orb even do? What do they want with it?
I think I've actually forgotten what it does.
You remember it was a focus.
Yeah, I
It
remember it being
focused-
sort of a divination thing.
Yeah, it focused essentially Fey magic. It was a very powerful focus for Fey magic.
I could give it to Mother Night.
I know, but they're still gonna think that you have it.
I don't know. I think Mother Night would be quite open if she had it. Although they would want their revenge.
He's your
on me.
patron, right?
Yes.
So better your patron's more powerful than them, right? They're on opposing sides, are they not?
I'd hope so.
Then we find the orb and give it to your patron? Is that a good idea?
Let's find the orb first. I'll decide what to do with it later.
I suppose. Oh gosh, we have so much to do.
With that, Vienna's
Let's
kind
get
of
some
on
sleep
edge.
first.
She's not really wanting to sleep, but she knows she has to sleep.
Do you want a babysitter?
I don't like the idea of having a babysitter. I feel weak.
I mean, you could get them to watch you, I guess. I'm sure Xandal won't mind. Or Hagar.
Hmm. Yeah,
You don't want to be
she'll go and
alone.
ask either Hagar or.
I don't think it's wise to be alone. You know what happens?
She's
You know
not
what happens
feeling
when we're
safe
alone.
right now.
You as you knock on Xandal's door, Xandal, do you respond?
Xandal would sort of like wake up, but I imagine it'd be Hagar that opens the door.
With that, Vienna kind of pops her head round and says, "Xandal, is it possible I could borrow one of either M or Hagar tonight?"
M sort of comes back online and goes, I would not be averse to being of use. I can keep watch on you if you would like.
I'd
Very well.
appreciate it.
Very well. Please lead the way.
And with that, I return back to my room.
No.
Emily, M follows you and just sort of stands unobtrusively in a corner.
It's
Right,
better
well,
than
that's
nothing.
enough excitement for one night. Let's go back to bed, Gunter.
Xandal quickly
that sounds
passes back out.
good to me. And he takes you by the waist, Talia, and guides you back to your room. As you all return to your various rests, Vienna, you slipping into your meditation. Vienna,
Yes.
roll me a wisdom check.
Oh, God.
A check, not a save.
Wisdom check.
Okay. You
Leave me alone.
feel your meditation not end, but its focus seems to change. And you recognize the sensation. It's the one that normally happens when you get drawn to speak to Mother Night. However, when you open
seems
your
right.
eye, you're not in anywhere you've ever met Mother Night before. Normally with Mother Night, it's a dark sort of cottage. She's sat in a rocking chair. There's lots of shadows. This time, you're in what looks like a castle made of ice. Everything is sparkling and silver and white. Everything is so... It's neat and clinical. There's lots of... It's beautiful, but at the same time, you can see it's still cold. Everything is sharp and defined. All the edges look like they're razor edges. And it's just so strange. And looking around, you see you're, as far as you're aware, currently alone.
Hello? Is anyone there?
As you say that, you hear a voice go, "Well, I didn't know grandmother had it in her."
Oh,
Oh no.
that's not Mother Night.
That's not Mother Night.
It's not
Grandma.
Snowflake! It's not Snowflake!
As
Grandma,
you
what big teeth
turn,
do you have?
you see a beautiful young woman. Elven pointed ears, but not like normal elf ears. They're almost slightly longer.
Would I
She has...
recognise her as one of the other Winter Court? Fae?
You have not ever met... Have you ever researched the Winter Court?
I don't know whether Vienna would have or not, being Mother Night being her patron.
You would probably maybe have researched it enough to recognize titles,
Right.
but you wouldn't recognize by sight.
Okay.
But you see she's a absolutely radiant beauty. Her skin is pure white, almost like fallen snow. She's wearing just like a black strap dress which barely covers anything. Her skin actually has what looks like diamonds glued to it, and her eyes are this vibrant shade of like ice blue, but like the blue of ice that's possibly about to crack and dunk you into the depths of the freezing ocean. And she walks towards you, all curves and seduction, but underneath it you can see the grace of a predator as she looks you up and down and walks around you and goes, "Well, well, well."
It's actually kind of sexy.
She stops in front of you and actually does cup your chin and sort of turns your head from side to side. "Well, I thought grandmother would choose some boring old fuddy-duddy like her. But you're a much better looking specimen than I expected."
Are you perhaps going to introduce yourself?
Of course. Where are my manners? And obviously grandmother hasn't explained everything yet. You may call me... obviously you understand we Fae can never give our true names. You may call me Lady Winter. At that, it clicks into your head. There is the hierarchy of every court. There are 3 main females in every court. There is the current queen. There is the queen that was, which is Mother Night. And there is the queen to be, which is Lady Winter.
Yeah.
This is the heir of the Winter Court. Or the heiress, sorry.
I mean, same thing.
Yeah.
And
Ah.
you are grandmother's potential candidate. Oh, how nice. Oh, where are my manners? And she waves a hand, and a chair forms behind you out of solid ice. Please, have a seat.
Careful you don't get piles.
I was going to say that does not sound comfy. She tentatively takes a seat.
As you do, she immediately moves and straddles your lap. Just sat
Fucking hell. Okay,
on
hi.
you.
Buy me dinner first. Fuck.
Mother Knight, I'm leaving you. I'm sorry. I can't do it anymore.
Her touch is cold. It's like it's like at that level where it's almost enough to make you shiver, but just on that edge of it. So, what exactly were you trying to reach out to grandmother for? Your subconscious was trying to reach her, but I managed to hijack the signal, shall we say. I've been looking forward to meeting you. Like I say, I was expecting some old man or, some weird thing. That's normally grandmother's deal. But you, much better. And she starts idly toying with your pink hair.
That I keep forgetting is pink.
I feel like we need to rechange the title of this episode to Thirst Trap, because jeez.
I know.
What is
Vienna's kind of put out. She's just like, I have no idea what's going on here. Why is everyone hitting on me?
She sees the confusion in your eyes and just goes, Grandmother really hasn't explained anything, has she?
No, she has not.
Tell me, my dear, do you know why we queens choose mortals to receive power?
I would guess influence? Belief?
We do not require belief, but influence, yes. We, as you know of us Fae, we cannot interact with your material plane as easily as we would like. She sort of turns in your lap, so she is now sat, like, perched on your lap instead of facing you, and just sort of, like, leans back against you and goes, so we need representatives. But we can't all pick. Otherwise, we'd all be at odds with each other, always sending our person to do our own personal little errand. So, we take it in turns. And then we see whether that particular person is right for the job, so to speak. Worthy to be the winter night.
So, in essence, you are sharing me.
Well, we're supposed to be, but Grandmother's been hogging all your attention, and I don't think that's fair.
Well, since you asked and I haven't answered yet, I'm being harassed by 3 hags.
Oh? Well, doesn't that just sound ghastly? And as she says that, she wriggles in your lap a little. And why would they be harassing you, dear? I mean, I know you're a very good-looking little drow, but hags don't normally go for that sort of thing.
Maybe they've just taken a very disliking to me. At least they don't believe what I tell them.
Oh, hags will do that. Oh, are they summer court? Is that why?
To be honest, Fiona doesn't know.
Oh, that might be why. I could do you a favor. If you tell me the name of these hags, I could maybe intervene on your behalf.
Hang on. Put your notes, just in case he doesn't remember.
I was going to say, I don't remember what they're...
Hang on, I got you, sis. Fustula backbreak,
Mother Acid Bloom,
I'll stall for a minute.
and oh shit, where's the other one? That's 2 of them. There's one more. Fuck, where are they? Acid Bloom, Postula.
Gotta say,
Come
I
on,
do
there's
have
one
it
more.
open
Corrupt
if
to
you need it.
Savage. Corrupt to Savage. That's the other one.
See, Vienna is actually getting that desperate now with these orbs. She's actually tempted to just tell Lady Winter about the orb.
It's up to you.
Yeah, I think she will. She'll just say, look, I took an orb. I didn't want them to have it. I didn't trust them, except I've lost the orb.
Oh, okay. So you took a ritual focus from them. Oh, sneaky little Summer. I get it now. And she sort of now leans back so that basically her body has formed an arch, her butt still resting on your lap, but her eyes are looking into yours, and you can see along the curve of her body as it is curved, looking at you.
Paddy's trying to kill us.
She just gives a little smirk, and as she looks into your eyes, and you can feel your mind being read. You can't stop it, but you see her looking into your brain, and she goes, well, like I said, I could do you a favor. I could get them off your back.
And what is it you ask in return?
Oh, someone knows how to play the game. Good. Otherwise, that probably would have meant you would have failed the little tests long ago. She gets up and sort of sachets away from you, her hips moving as she does, and then reaches into one of the walls and pulls out a scroll. She turns around and comes back to you and hands you the scroll and goes, I think I like you. You know how to play, and you know what to do. I'm going to support Grandmother on this one. So I'm going to do a favor that favors you. Don't get used to it, understood?
I never do.
I want you to be ready when you meet Mother. So, on that little scroll, have you heard of Winter's Moon?
No, I'm not familiar with it.
You would actually remember the name Winter's Moon, as it was
Okay.
something that you remember Xandal researching at the Jaded Tower. It's
Oh,
a
right,
name
okay.
of one of the soulbound items.
Yeah, my memory's not great. Okay, yes, I do. Let's pretend
Oh,
I do.
good. That particular blade hasn't been in the control of the Winter Court since the first winter night. I want you to get it. And I want you to wield it. We'll impress Mother so, and give you a much better chance at being named our knight. And then she leans down really close to you. I'll get to play with you all the time.
Yes, mummy.
And she kisses your lips, the briefest kiss, and you almost feel ice forming on them before she smiles, and you snap out of your meditation, holding a scroll.
Oh, man.
And a cold sweat.
A very cold sweat. I'm looking for the meme of Shrek, just like, quest, I'm already on a quest. Okay.
The good conversation.
I know.
Hey, you all should behave yourselves.
Yeah. A good chance on that one.
Oh my gosh.
But yes,
Yeah.
so do you look at the scroll?
She'll take a quick peek.
Inside the scroll is detailed that to find Winter's Moon, go to the far north where the ice forms, north of the Wygrove Stronghold and Pandy Vale. Your little compass from Equinox will guide you the rest of the way.
Okay, does Vienna by any chance actually get a full rest out of that? Because I'd imagine she'd
You do.
probably...
She keeps getting
You
her to
do
sleep
get a full
disturb.
rest, but your lips
Oh.
are chapped.
Yeah. I'm going to need some lip balm.
And I have such thirsty players.
Whole episode's just been so good.
Best bit is I'm actually asexual, so it's I'm okay, I guess.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry, but the whole point of Lady
It's
Winter is
role-playing.
that
Hey,
she is.
Vienna isn't you.
She is.
Yeah,
She is
Vienna
the.
is definitely not me.
The whole
just
point of
tell
Lady.
us if there's a line that we cross, though. Obviously,
Yeah,
we don't
please
want
do.
to cross.
I don't want to
we're
make
not
it
going to cross the no-no zone.
Oh man.
But yes, so you have that scroll, and you assume that the hags will now be off your back.
I don't know, Vienna's actually kind of tempted to switch pacts here. Like, seriously.
Technically, you've now been told your pact is actually with all three
Yeah.
of the Winter Queens.
Your pact is called the Ménage à Trois. Ew, except one of them's a wrinkly old lady.
Your,
Oh no.
yeah, your main patron is Mother Night, but there is a potential to become the servant of all three of the Winter triplet, basically.
Motive.
Very good. Okay. Well, at least I'm one step closer to getting the hags out of my hair. So, hopefully.
Yeah, yeah.
So yeah, Vienna will get up the next morning and explain the proceedings mainly to Talia, because I feel like
Yep.
Vienna probably has a close.
By the
bond
way,
with Talia.
M is still in your corner and looks at you and goes, "Did you know frost formed on your lips?"
Yes, that might have been a.
It's a drow thing, don't worry about it.
Yeah, it's a drought thing. Don't worry
I
about it.
sense elevated heart rate.
I had a very real dream. Let's leave it at that.
Oh, I do not understand dreams. I do not dream. Interesting. And with that, she just walks out the room, goes back to Xandal.
Okay. So
Xandal, you awake to M poking you. Xandal? Xandal? Xandal?
Yeah. What?
God,
What?
she's like a
What?
fucking child.
Sheldon.
Sheldon.
Did you have a dream?
Probably. I don't remember if I did, but
Please explain dreams.
the subconscious organization, maybe. It's hard to explain. Basically, memories taking form in your sleep.
I see. Next time you dream, please try to remember it. I would like to hear about it.
Yeah, sure. What? Yeah.
I've just
Having
woken
a
up.
robot just asking us awkward questions all the time.
Okay. So you guys all eventually to downstairs for breakfast.
Yeah.
Bringing the usual fare to the table.
Yeah, and Vienna, like I said, will talk to Talia about her little escapade during the night.
Well, let me get this straight. A smoking hot elf, came onto you, asking for a favor?
Yes.
You said yes, alright, because she's hot. I mean,
Yes.
because the hags.
I said yes because she was hot. Well, she wasn't hot. She was very cold, actually. But Yeah,
I mean-
you get the drift.
Cold can be hot, kind of.
I also said yes because I really, given the choice between 3 hags and Lady Winter, I would choose Lady Winter any day.
I mean, I want too, but she's Fae,
Yes.
so be careful what you agree with them.
Oh, I know that. I'm patron with Mother Night. I know what Fae are capable of.
No,
Well-
but like Mother Knight's not, hot, right? Or is she too?
Definitely not.
Have we met Mother Knight? We haven't met Mother Knight, have we?
You guys have not, no.
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 I've just told you
Just
about.
Vienna. Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
Don't worry. I hope I'm not too influenced by the seduction, but I mean I'm married for a start. But
Wait, what?
that's another story.
Oh, I apologize. I didn't know you were taken.
Oh, not taken. My husband's on the run. I've been hunting him down for years. I've been trying to kill him for the last 5.
Every time I think I've got you figured out, you just pull something out that I'm never expecting. What did he do?
Just the usual things that male drow do. Just piss me off. That's what happened to my last 2 husbands.
You've been married more than once?
Yeah.
The drow are so interesting.
Anyway,
So,
yes.
so you're going on the quest for... Well, I mean, we were looking for soulbound items, weren't we?
We were anyway, yeah, so we might as well make a start.
And she's making you get it but not asking for it. She wants you to use it, so...
I guess that works.
Seems like a very sweet deal, so we should probably be waiting for the foot to drop. Is that the saying? Other
Yeah.
shoe? Ah, you know what I mean. Something bad.
Yeah, it's just kind of like, what is my brain going through right now?
So everyone enjoys their breakfast. At this point, however, Val, you see a familiar figure walk into the tavern.
Okay.
Father Nicholas walks in.
Okie doke.
Sort of looks around, sees you and Gunter, and beckons you both over.
Okay, I head over.
Val, Gunter. Hello, Father Nicholas. So nice to see you here. Can I get you a drink? You know I don't drink. Yeah, boring.
And knowing you wouldn't be here unless it was something serious.
Indeed. I have information. You asked us to be on the lookout for strange deaths, if I
Yep.
remember correctly. I cannot say they are strange, but we may have a vigilante at work in Grimhaven.
Okay.
There have been 2 deaths in the past couple of days. The first was a criminal who was found outside of a warehouse. His throat was slit, but his lockpicks and tools of the trade, along with goods he had already stolen that night, were strewn around his body, and in the dirt at his feet was written the word thief. The more recent one was a man attempting to force himself on a young woman. He was just getting ready to complete his diabolical act when the young woman says she covered her face to avoid a blow. When she next looked up, the man's head had been cut completely from his body. But she could not see who had done such a thing.
Okay.
I merely wish to pass this on to the both of you, Gunter, so that you can use your information network and hopefully at least spread the word that people need to be a bit careful walking the streets at night. Yeah, I shall do that. I will make sure that all the regulars know and that people keeps their noses clean. And for you, Val, obviously, you asked about strange killings, weird goings on. I just wanted to make sure you were aware.
And is that the only evidence that was procured from these crimes, or?
Yes, that is all the evidence that has been passed to me.
Understood. Thank you for letting me know.
Not a problem. I will let you know if I hear of anything else. Hopefully, these were isolated incidents, but if it is a vigilante at work, it may get worse before it gets better.
And that's not our only problems in Grimhaven, judging from my experiences.
It's gotten better under Barras, but it is still Grimhaven.
Yes.
May Trifarian walk with you.
And you, my friend.
He turns and makes his way out, his cane tapping on the floor with each step he takes.
Val just goes back to the table, sits whilst eating and drinking, and just ponders. He's trying to piece together, like in his head, the information about the bone claw, and it doesn't quite marry up with the information he's just been given about this vigilante. So he's just making the assumption that it's two individuals, or yeah, he's just trying to piece it together in his head. But he's sat there quietly.
Okay. Everything all right, Val?
Yeah, there's just stuff going down in Grimhaven. Apparently,
Is there not stuff?
Well, there's more deaths, and it doesn't seem like it's the bone claw. Potentially a vigilante.
What happened?
Just explain the evidence that was found from the two situations that happened down there.
I mean, the thief, a little harsh to kill them over stealing. They don't know the circumstances of why they were stealing, but the other one, well, I shan't weep.
Either way, there's somebody that's taken the law into their own hands and doing it potentially to the extremes, rather than potentially weighing up the different values that are presented in front of him.
Indeed.
So
something to keep our eyes out for, then.
Definitely.
Never a dull moment in Maham.
No, not at all. Val just sighs, drinks his drink.
Halis goes, can I go on a tour of the city today? Or, at least some of the more interesting places? Xandal, you talked about magic shops. I'd love to see a magic shop.
I suppose we can during the day, but at night you should not leave the Jigging Jester for now. Not till we know what the hell's
Agreed.
going on.
Okay, but it's morning now. We could go.
Yes, I established that it's morning. Let me drink first, woman, and then maybe we'll
With
take you to
adults and
Wilma's,
drink.
and you'll understand when you're older, darling.
The
That's
minute
the only thing I
hears
need.
the word Wilma, her ears perk up and she goes, Wilma? I'd like to go
Yes,
see Wilma.
Art, we can go and visit your girlfriend.
Can we see Z too?
Of course. Why not? We
Yes.
haven't visited Z in a while. Perhaps Halis can find something cool. If she's good.
At least start having a whispered conversation about what to expect at Z and Wilma's.
Yeah, Xandal pretty much just agrees with everything that Tali has just said, but he's sort of like engrossed in paperwork on like the ancients. He's trying to sort of like reverse engineer some of the sort of like technologies that he's come across.
As you're doing that, there is currently a war going on either side of you. Emily was trying to feed you something, and Hagger's grabbed the spoon as well, and they're having like a mini tug of war to see who gets the right to feed you your
They're both
breakfast
jealous
whilst you
of
read.
each other.
Oh,
That's brilliant. We just need a Domiat to get involved, and that's going to be like all of his
Yeah.
automatons just fighting over around Xandal's attention. Plus that orc lady.
Oh god. Yeah. But he kind of sort of like, he notices it, he shakes his head, goes back to sort of like his paperwork for a few minutes before rolling it up. and just sort of like preparing himself to take Halis out on a tour of the city.
Okay.
Seeing the fight for his attentions, Val kind of nudges him and just goes, "So, are you going to go and see that orc?
What?
The note that you got given, the address with the name."
Oh, that.
She seemed
don't-
really into you.
No.
Yeah.
Emily at this point pipes up. I would be interested in observing mating rituals.
What?
Did I say something wrong, Xandal?
Did I just miss something? What? I looked away from the screen for a second, and then I hear mating ritual. What?
Surely, if this lady is interested in you, then she has displayed affection and interest. Surely, as the dominant male, you should be reciprocating, and I believe the phrase is sowing your wild oats.
With that, Vienna kind of looks up at Emma and says, sometimes the attraction's not reciprocated, in which case they have an entitlement to say no.
Or
Oh.
they're just completely clueless that the person's interested to begin with.
Xandal, are you into orcs?
I've not given it much thought, to be
Talia's
honest.
just like, you haven't? Like, waggles eyebrows.
I mean, in your favour, she did allow me to open the window for the tower so we can get extra access.
Why do I feel like you're all trying to pimp me off?
Vienna's actually standing up for you, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, if you're not
mean,
interested,
when you're-
you're not interested, but, you know, she
I mean,
did.
he has M now, so...
But I do not have genitals.
I mean,
There are ways and means.
you don't need, I'm
Come,
not
Halis,
having this
let's go
conversation.
I think that's where the conversation's
Halis,
Yeah, even Talia's just like, I'm not going there.
Halis hadn't really been listening to this conversation, fortunately. She was too busy
Maybe
chatting with
excited
her.
about, yeah.
Okay, so who all is going on this shopping trip?
Oh, why not?
Okay. Anyone else?
Vienna's not. She's kind of wrapped up in her thoughts. So
Okay. Blossom, are you accompanying
Blossom
them?
will.
And Val?
Val's probably going to spend half the day meditating, and then half the day he's probably going to go down to Grimhaven.
All right. So, those of you going shopping, you make your way out of the Jigging Jester and curve around past the Silk Cheeks, which, Xandal, you do your best to divert Halis's attention away from the open windows with the scantily clad ladies and gentlemen lounging on their window seats, hoping to attract patron.
Yeah.
But where would you like to
Be right back.
first? Z's or Wilma's?
I think Wilma's first.
Yeah.
So you make your way around past the fountain, across the square, to the small shop front of Wilma's Wondrous Wares. The shop is open. There is currently no other customers inside.
Now, Halis, be on your best behavior. Don't go
By this
touching
point,
anything.
Has slammed the door open and gone, well, and gone running towards the back. And-
This will be an
and you hear-
right. So Wilmer and Ert are a thing. So
and you just hear from the back room the sound of a small explosion, and Wilma's voice of, what, whoa, no, ah! Oh.
oh dear. Right. Anyway, don't touch anything. Don't say anything. I mean, you can ask Wilma questions when she's not otherwise disposed. Okay.
Okay.
Let's go and have a look at some magical items.
Okay. As you all filter in, Wilma and have not yet emerged from the back room. But there are the usual items on display that you guys have seen before. But there is a couple of new things. Wilma's obviously been busy the 4 to 5 days you guys have been gone. So looking around, the new things that you notice is there's what looks to be sat on the counter underneath a glass sort of box, a purple crochet hook, which is just practically glowing with magic. Next to it in another glass box is a matched set of wands, one ivory and one ebony, with various runes going up the length. Lent against the counter behind it, sort of, you can so that you can see it. There is a warhammer that looks to be made completely out of white quartz. But that's the 3 new visible things that you can see.
Interesting.
About 5 minutes later, Wilma and come out of the back. Wilma sort of was obviously busy crafting, so she's got like smudges of like oil and stuff around her face, but you can see that her hair's a bit tousled, and is grinning happily with a couple of lipstick smudges on her cheeks matching the lipstick Wilma is wearing. And she goes,
come here, darling. Then she'll just kind of, like motherly
yeah,
not spit on the tissue, but like kind of just wipe the lipstick off. Make yourself presentable.
Wilma goes, well, hello, welcome, welcome back, all of you. Been a while since I've seen you. Oh, and who is this young lady? I'm Halis. I'm Xandal's younger sister. Oh, well, nice to meet you. I'm Wilma. This is my shop. I sponsor Armatae here and give them a little bit of a discount, so I'll extend that to you as well. Don't worry. Blossom. I finished that item. And
good.
she quickly nips out the back and comes back with a rolled up piece of parchment that is absolutely covered in runes of every possible color. It's like a rainbow of runes across the back of this parchment, and a small red velvet bag. And she goes, so I took the basics of what you told me about your hemomancy and combined it with some other charms and enchantments that I know, and I came up with this. And she unfurls the parchment, and you watch as the parchment itself fills in, and you watch as you see a little sort of red arrow appear, and then the surroundings of the shop appear on the parchment as if from a top-down view. And she goes, basically what this map does is it shows you where you are, and as you move around, it fills in. There's an enchantment on the map, but anything within a 30-foot radius, it picks up on and displays on the map. Now, and here she gets out a dart from the bag, and you can see they're wooden darts with a wicked barb on the end, and she holds it to her finger and draws blood. And you watch as she does that, the dart lights up with a soft red glow.
Oh, I forgot the runes on the darts.
And and on the map, a little green arrow appears next to the red arrow. And she goes, watch this. And she opens a window and tosses the dart outside. And you watch as the green arrow follows the dart.
That's perfect.
So it can... So I managed to make it so that this lasts a fair while. The charges come and go, so you can't use it constantly, but it should work for normally 3 days worth of use at a time before it will need fully recharging. It can obviously map any amount of area. There's not really much in the way of scrolling or anything, unfortunately, so you'll just have to walk and see. But the darts transmit for a day, with an exact location within 5 miles and a rough direction for up to 10 miles.
That's perfect.
obviously, you gave me the idea. It's based on your magic, so heavy discount here. I'll do this for 800 gold.
Done.
And she hands it over to you.
Throws money.
So that is going to be added to your journal, Blossom. There we go.
Is nice, I take.
But yeah, so the map has 3 charges. It regains 1d4 minus 1 charges every week. When opened, it begins mapping the surrounding, filling in details as they come into the range of 30 feet. Like I say, red dot for your current location. When you throw a dart at something, it creates a new dot in a different color, which then allows you to track. The dart has to draw blood. So if it's not a living creature, you can do the same as you do for your rights. You can just, as Wilma did, draw blood with the dart before throwing it. The map uses 1 charge per 24 hours of use, but you can cancel it by closing it up and tying it up with the cord early.
Sure.
But yes, so there you go. She has made that map using your hemomancy.
Nice.
I hope it worked for you. Took a while to get all the runes just right, but I think I did a pretty good job.
How many darts are there?
So in the bag there are 5, but they don't look like they're particularly hard to make. She actually shows you how to inscribe the rune on just a basic wooden dart. It's a single rune on the dart. It's not hard.
Yeah, the runes are on the other side. You can't see them in the illustration. It's not that I forgot to draw them entirely.
Yeah, basically the darts have your tracking brand on them. It's your brand from your hemomancy. But it's just inscribed on the dart rather than on a target. Because the whole idea is that you chuck this dart and it sticks into someone.
Yeah.
And then transmits. So if it's not foolproof. If someone notices the dart, they can remove it. But at the same time, it is a potentially viable option.
Yeah, that's good.
So, can I interest you all in anything else? I've had a couple of other new items that I've come across or made as the time's gone on.
Can you tell me anything about this Warhammer?
Yes. I bought this off a strange turtle fellow he was passing through. He had a lot of weird items. I don't know exactly what it does. I've not had much of a chance to experiment with it yet. But if you want to cast Identify on it, please feel free.
Of course. Which he will do ritually.
Yeah. So during that 10 minutes, she goes, but I've made these 2, and she points at the glass cases on the counter, the crochet hook and the wands. Can I interest any of the rest of you in any of these?
Oh, well, what's the crochet hook? It's an interesting one.
So I call this the creating crochet hook. So basically, and she gets it out and she gets a ball of wool, and she quickly, very deftly, you can tell she's used to making things with her hands. She makes like a little crocheted spider, and as she finishes it and ties off the last sort of loop, the spider shivers and then comes to life and looks at Wilma. And she goes, if you could patrol around the store for me, that'd be lovely, thank you. And the spider just sort of bobs and then starts crawling away and starts like moving around the store.
Halis like resisting not squishing it.
Basically, anything you make with the crochet hook comes, if it has legs or ability to move, it becomes animated. Obviously, the more complicated something you make, the harder obviously it is to crochet. But it can do anything that the creature or construct that you make could do. It's got no real combat capability, unfortunately, as it is just wool. But I figured it could be useful. I mean, if you're decent enough at crochet, you could probably make something along the lines of little sentry wards or something. The magic lasts for 24 hours before the wool unravels.
I mean, don't you have to know how to crochet the things first? I don't know how to crochet.
I mean, yes, obviously, like I say, but it's something you could practice.
I don't think crochet's really my thing.
Fair enough. Understandable. But if you know anyone else who might be interested, it'll be here.
Fair enough. What do these want to do?
So these are dueling ones. I thought of it. I initially created them as an idea for nobles. Obviously, dueling is, pretty dangerous, pretty deadly at times. So I thought I'd make a bit of a safer way to do it. Turns out most nobles aren't interested in that. They prefer to, quite commonly kill someone. But basically, what you do, and she gets them out and passes one to you, Talia.
Alright.
Passes you the black one, and she's holding the white one. And she looks at you and goes, "I challenge you to a duel. I need you to make a charisma saving throw, please."
I was going to say I accept.
Talia. Oh, if you accept, that's fine. And then as you say you accept, everyone else in the store, you suddenly feel yourselves get frozen, like you're held in stasis. So the first part of the enchantment is it removes all outside influence on the duel. Anyone within a certain range is put into magical stasis until the duel is finished, obviously preventing
Crazy.
outside interference. So the next thing is we must approach and agree to the terms of the duel.
Right.
If I win the duel, you have to hop on one leg and crow like a chicken. You state your terms.
If I win, you have to give me a 3 item. Under a 2 gold value.
2 gold value. That's fair. I was about to say I'm going to put a caveat on that because I can't just give you any item.
Of course not. Of course not.
Fair enough. Now we stand and face each other. Bring the duel ones up to our faces.
Okay.
We turn and we walk away from each other for a 10 count.
Okay.
You'll see the runes on the ones light up as you move away. And as you move away each step, the runes light up a bit more. At the 10th step, we turn and we both fire. Roll me a d20 plus charisma plus proficiency modifier.
I don't know how to do that. You're just making me roll something that I did. What do I type for that? /roll d20
and then
plus.
Just plus.
What's your charisma?
My charisma is a +3.
So it's +7.
What? And then add my what to it?
Your proficiency modifier.
Which is 4, so I just do d20 +7 then, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Fuck. 10.
Okay. So you fire, but Wilma sort of ducks out the way. Wilma's is a... Yep, she's higher. She's got a 17. So the first hit goes
fair.
to
I don't know how to do it.
Okay, next strike. Same again.
Oh, okay. We did it more than once. Okay.
Yeah. First to 3 successful hits on their opponent.
Okay, so copy, paste. Oh fuck! It cut out the bloody /. There we go. No, god damn it! Oh god! I rolled the same again.
Wilma rolled a nat 20, so she hits again. And one more.
Oh man! If I roll another 10, I will 26.
So you hit Wilma, but Wilma rolls a natural 18, so she hits again. So that's 3 hits to Wilma, 1 hit to you, and she goes, "Ha! So now the magic of the wands makes you do what we agreed to, and you feel
I was going to do it.
compelled. You feel
I'm
compelled.
going to do the chicken dance and just be like, grab, grab, grab.
See? And obviously there are some things that are, outside of the one's power. You can't obviously make someone commit suicide or
What the
treason,
fuck would anyone...
things like that.
She's
But
going to give
most
the one
things-
back. Not for me. Not for me. I don't like.
Fair enough, but again, mention it to the others. Someone might be interested. At this point, Xandal, your identify comes back on the hammer. Hang on, let me just double check Xandal's
Ooh.
actually here.
Yeah.
It is a crystal hammer. A
Yeah.
warhammer made out of a cloudy-looking white quartz with jagged spikes on the back of the hammer's head and the flat of the head polished to an almost mirror-like shine. It is a +1 warhammer, and then hammer has 2 different sets of abilities depending on its environment. If it is light whilst you are wielding the hammer, then there is a table of d6 that you roll on when you hit with effect. If it is dark when you are wielding the hammer, there is a different d6 table that you can roll
Ooh.
on. And I will allow you to see that. I'm going to put it in your journal for a bit.
Okay.
But if you don't buy it, I will remove it from your journal. So Miss Halis, you're interested in magical items? Yes, I am. Oh, well, maybe your brother will buy you something nice. I've got a couple of things hanging around. I've got things like a ring of missile snaring, alchemy jug, ring of gaseous form. That's always a fun one. Decanter of endless water. Those sound awesome. Well, it all depends on how you use them. But that'll depend on obviously if you've got any spending cash yourself, or if any of the others decide to buy you a gift. Elise goes, yeah, I don't think I've got any cash at the moment, but maybe soon. Well, fair enough. What do you think of that hammer, Mr. Xandal?
It's magnificent. How much?
Well, like I say, I just bought it off some weird turtle fella who was going past. Shall we say 1,000 gold for it?
Yes.
Very well. I'll take your gold then, please.
There
Yep.
goes all the gold we just made. Oh, well, your share anyway.
I still have a bit left.
Yeah.
What was it that Elise was interested in?
Halis has just been looking at everything, really. So you could probably ask Wilma what would be the cheapest.
Yeah. What would be the sort of like cheapest thing that she can use to effectively defend herself?
I could probably sell you the ring of gaseous form for 500 gold. That'll allow her to turn into a gaseous state for 15 minutes and be able to move through gaps larger than a centimeter.
He kind of looks at Talia and thinks of all the trouble that she could teach her.
Sounds like a perfectly roguey type of item.
It does. If I guess
It would also help her to get out of
is
trouble.
looking at you with the biggest puppy dog eyes.
Come on, Xandal.
Talia will give him the puppy dog eyes as well.
She can get out of trouble if she has this.
You teach her to use it properly and not for perverted hijinks.
She's a minor, Xandal. I might be a bit naughty, but I'm not that naughty.
Yeah, he hands over the 500.
Thank you very much, and here you are, Halis. Oh, wow. And she slips
There
the
you
ring
go.
on and immediately turns into gas, trying it out. And you see this, she's like this wavy blue cloud of gas that's just flowing around the room. Don't worry, it only lasts for 15 minutes. And it's only got the 1 charge per day. You'll have to teach her to keep it in reserve.
Indeed. No point wasting a magic item as soon as you get it. Now you can't use it again for a day.
Halis eventually turns back into herself and goes, "That was awesome!"
That Actually, now that I've thought about it, we need to sort out your clothes. Better change your appearance a bit,
Why?
Because you look like a noble girl, which is going to attract unwanted attention for a start. And 2, it's a good idea, as a rogue, to know how to change your appearance so you can disguise yourself.
Oh. Okay.
Especially if Daddy Dearest comes looking for you, trying to wed you off.
Yeah, she grimaces at that and goes, yeah.
You about haircuts?
I'm okay with them.
Nothing too drastic, darling. Just enough to change your appearance a bit. She got long hair or short hair?
It's long blonde hair in ringlets.
How would you feel about having a little bob? You know, down to your chin.
I
You okay with
suppose
losing that
that'd be
much hair?
okay. Yeah.
That could work. Now we just need to find you some clothes. Gum. She might have something.
What was that?
Asgum, she might have something.
Yeah, Asgam would probably have some armor or something.
Like a simple leather, nothing extravagant, just...
So, are you guys done at Wilmer's then?
Yeah, let's go to Zeke's. Zeke's.
Okay. Yep.
Zeke.
Gives
name right in a
Wilmer a
second.
deep kiss goodbye and then, like, waves as you all leave and you
Ooh,
head
I'm going to
over.
quickly duck back in a sec. Do you have any incense and charcoal?
Yes. How much do you need?
What was it for Find Familiar?
10 gold pieces worth.
10 gold pieces worth.
Yeah, here you go. And she just puts a little bag on the table.
Thank you, darling. How much?
10 gold.
Yeah, 10 gold, because it's worth 10 gold. Here you go.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Have a nice
darling.
day.
There we go. Now I can resummon Queenie at some point.
Yep. Okay, you guys make your way across the square to the rainbow-coloured shop that is Zog's domain. Heading inside, you see it's a bit busier than Wilmer's, obviously because A, it's a normal bakery as well, and B, people are a lot more interested in sweets. But Halis is immediately just like staring around at everything, just completely enraptured by all of this like amazing stuff in here. And then you see Z stood behind the counter and he sees you and goes, "Ah, my friends, welcome back. Welcome.
Hello.
I do have a couple of new items if you're interested in the adventure range. Yes."
Sure, but you got any fun stuff too?
Oh, of course. What sort of things are you looking for?
Well, now that you've put me on the spot, well, I put you on the spot now, I don't know. What have you got? Like, what sort of thing? Have you got anything new? In the just fun title range, or?
He sort of looks around and then he pulls out a brownie from behind the desk and goes, "I've got the mud pie brownie."
Pie brownie? What does that do?
He takes a bite of the brownie, and you watch as he then holds a hand over a mug, and you watch as chocolate drips from his hand into the mug, and then immediately heats itself, and he hands you the hot chocolate.
She'll just hand it to Halis. You want some?
Halis takes it and takes a big gulp and goes, "Oh, that tastes good."
Are they?
Yeah, it's still a slight work in progress. Don't particularly like the fact you have to sweat the chocolate out, and he's wiping his hand as he says that.
Oh.
But the kids seem to like it.
So, how about just one? Yeah, gift wrapped.
Very well. He gets one out and gives up it. That'll be 5 silver.
Here you go.
Thank you very
And
much.
here you go, and she'll give it to Halis.
Halis immediately like looks like she wants to eat it, but realizes that like sweating chocolate here is probably not the best plan.
So, adventure runs. What have you got?
Yes, he gets out 2 boxes and a bag from under the counter. The bag he has to actually tie to the counter as it keeps trying to float away like a balloon. He points to that one first and goes, "Cloud floss. Turns you into a cloud, lets you move really quickly, but not for as long as it could do. Still needs some tweaking."
Anything else?
That was just one. Next, he shows off, opens a box, and you see a bar of bright red coloured treacle with grey spots dotted in it, surrounding a number of small, hard-looking black nuts. There is just this faint whiff of sulphur coming from it. Black powder brittle. You
Why does
eat
it
it.
smell like eggs?
That's the black powder. You eat it, and then you spit out the nuts at extremely explosive speed. Can damage people.
Oh, interesting.
And finally, a bit of a special one. He opens the final box, which is a lovely, like almost like walnut box with a silk wrapping around it, and you see inside what at first you think are actual gemstones, but you can see are actually like sugar, coloured sugar. And he goes, "These are sugar gems. Each one has different effect. Red one makes you resistant to fire and able to make people burn when they hurt you. Blue
Oh,
one lets you breathe water and gives you webbing to swim fast, and also ability to control water to a small degree. The topaz makes you immune to being paralyzed and makes your fingers spark with electricity, meaning if you punch someone or hold a metallic weapon, it adds extra electric damage. And finally, the emerald gives you claws like mole, lets you burrow, and your skin goes all stony, making you resistant to certain types of damage.
those look expensive.
They are the most expensive I've made so far, other than the Phoenix Pops.
Ugh, dare I ask how much?
1,000 gold for the pack of 4.
Too rich for my blood. Besides, I can already do what the red one does.
Fair.
What
The black
do you think? To the others. Oh, okay.
Not much use for them personally.
Just looks at her bag of money and is just like, I'm going to keep my money, I think.
Okay. He goes, fair enough. Not all things work out, but I thought they were interesting anyway. If you
That's
want
a good
them, they
idea,
will be here.
definitely.
If you want them, they will be here. And he pops all of them back underneath the counter and goes, otherwise, I still have the usual inn in the adventuring range if you need restocking on anything.
I still have some haste candies and poison tanks. To be honest, I forgot I had them. So, not right now.
Fair enough. Anyone else?
Not for me, thank you.
No.
Hmm.
That's fine. Well, have a pleasant day and enjoy your brownie, young miss.
Maybe save that until you get back to the chicken jester, huh?
Okay, yeah. As
Right.
you guys make your way out of Z's, Talia, make me a perception check.
14?
14. You feel a hand dip into your pocket.
She's gonna reach in and grab the hand.
The hand's already gone.
Mm-hmm.
And as you reach into the pocket, you feel a slip of paper.
Oh. She'll pull it out and have a read.
It's written in Thieves' Cant, and it states, "You are invited to a meal with the drills of the underground to discuss matters pertinent to both of our organizations and to make sure that no misunderstandings have happened. Signed, the gold, silver, and crystal drills."
Oh, joy. That's interesting.
On it is detailed a time and place to be later on this evening, which is Grimhaven Candle Factory at 5 p.m.
Guys.
And it's on that note that I'm going to end tonight's session, as we are at the point where
I was
we
going
need
to say
set
it's like
up, as
half past
people
10.
have work tomorrow. But
Yeah.
it's only a week until next session, people. Yay! Because we're
Woo!
trying to get back to our normal weekend that we're meant to play on, after the madness that has been the last couple of months. So, until then, everyone, please stay safe. Continue to look after yourselves. Make sure your chair is not a mimic. And we hope to see you all next time. Bye for now.
Bye.
Bye.